Alright, sweet. We should be good. Alright, okay. As long as everything's back to normal, or normal-ish, and we will tweak it if we need to. Today, we're going to continue with gameplay CLI, and I want to implement our actual, like, command line response. Like, so that we can see a history of what we type in, and be able to, you know, print out success or failure strings into it. That will be kind of like the last piece of the puzzle here, and then we can just implement all of the commands that we have left. And start implementing commands into the subsystems that we don't have control over yet. So that's gonna be our goal today. I had 2 cups of coffee this morning. I apologize for being a little bit late. That was one of the reasons. And then I also had to install the PC again, but it looks to be okay for now. Hopefully. Should we pull up the immersive sim toolkit, and maybe I can remember some of the tweaks that I did for that, if this still launches. I don't know if I'll be using UE6. I don't think so yet. Okay. Is that a problem? I don't want to rebuild this. Whatever. Fuck it. I'll just do it. I'll do it fresh. Whatever. We'll make it look pretty later. You know, we just want it working right now, so I'm not gonna care too much about pretty much anything else. Let's delete this for right now. We have our text box. Let's get our scroll box in above that. But yeah, I don't think I'll be using UE6 right now. There's some elements of it that you know, of course, better lumen and nanite performance always. Like, I love that, great. But I'm not a fan of their plan to, number 1, remove blueprints, and number 2, the merging of UEFN and addition of verse. I can't fuck with any of that. I'm not a fan. Why is that not filling? There we go. Yeah, okay, that's good. Let's see here. I like the little, you know, OS info at top. That's always fun. That does eventually get, yeah, that gets scrolled. We print from bottom to top. We'll need our blinking caret. That's important. And there's always that uneditable, like, drive location. The good news is we have that. So we just need to, like, always have that in there. And we'll probably use a separate child widget and add that to the list as we write. And keep the history probably in our MVVM. Maybe. Enjoyed using UFM, made some good shit that got no engagement due to all the slop people put out. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, from most people that I've heard, verse is trash and not ready. And I don't see the reason why they would remove blueprints, forcing everybody to learn verse when there are, I think, better, more capable scripting languages with Unreal Engine support already, like Lua. And if you're gonna learn a programming language to use with Unreal, just learn the C++ at that point. It's a very weird decision. I've heard that it's, from people that still use it, I've heard that it's still missing basic shit, and it's just, like, it's not as powerful as Blueprints, and it's not as powerful as C++. So they're going to be nerfing Blueprints. Well, they're removing Blueprints entirely for Unreal Engine 6, so by default they're nerfing them. And it's, if I am forced, if I have to move to Unreal Engine 6, I would, at that point, just learn C++. I don't want to learn verse. I'd rather learn the more powerful thing. I don't know. Orchid so. Yeah, I mean, maybe. That's getting more and more support. I like that. Or Unity even. I think Unity is a pretty damn great engine. But I'd probably just stick with Unreal Engine 5. I mean, there's still companies sticking with Unreal Engine 4. I think there's some Japanese studios still using it. I don't remember which one. Square Enix still does it, I believe. Sega might be. I looked it up. Yeah, stuff. Yeah, you're right. Stuff could be backported. So I mean, at this point, I feel like 5.8 is a pretty good version of Unreal Engine 5. It was a long journey to get here from Unreal Engine 5.0, of course, but I think with the addition of like the Lumen Light mode and all the improvements to Lumen and temporal anti-aliasing that they've done, Nanite is pretty damn good and performant. I don't have a problem sticking with Unreal 5.8 for at least the short term, as I determine if I want to switch to 6.0, if that makes sense. I was going to make the gameplay CLI widgets a separate additional plugin. The only problem is when you use Common UI, you kind of have to make your own custom setup for Common UI. So if I make a plugin for gameplay CLI that is supposed to include the widgets, then I can't just use Common UI's base classes, because that isn't going to work with my custom setup for Redlock. So I almost, if I make a plugin extension, I then have to have it use my simple Common UI plugin. And I don't really know how I feel about that as a dependency. But at this point, because I have my own custom setup for Common UI, I don't really feel like I would ever use something other than that. So maybe it's okay. Like, we aren't planning to release gameplay CLI as like a public thing, so having that personal plugin dependency is probably okay, even if it's a bit weird. I don't know. Then again, Cutsper and I were talking, and we probably wouldn't use gameplay CLI in any of our other titles as it is. We'd probably remake it. So maybe I'll just keep it here. Yeah. It is what it is. I don't think I actually have to make the text anything other than just a basic ass user widget. I don't think it needs to be a Common UI class. I do need a wait, is it monospace What's the term for the font that has equal spacing between letters? Liberation Mono. That was the one we were using. That's the one I really like, is Liberation Mono. I need Liberation Mono as a font. I think that's an open source one. Yeah, it's public domain. I should have this downloaded already. Somewhere. Haha! Found it. Let's use the regular first, and then we can create the font face from that. Sweet. This is bold font. Liberation Mono, bold. Font. Liberation Mono, bold. Italic. Font. Liberation Mono, italic. Regular. Bold, bold italic, italic. Sweet. Should be good. Do we want to do text or common text? Well, if I do common text, it has to be a common user widget, but I could change it to a common user widget. The common user widget would allow for more, and the common text would allow for me to do custom styles. Like what you have with PowerShell. Okay, yeah, I'll change it to a common user widget. Why not? But yeah, let me know if there's any stream problems today, especially with like audio or anything weird that goes on. Don't hold back. Hey, okay, schematics. So far, it's all good. Thank you. I used to use a streaming PC, like the two PC setup, and then I moved that home, and then I moved it back here. So I had to like switch everything between my PCs. So hopefully it's all back to what it usually is. Okay, T entry text. I might make separate MVVMs for the entry text. That could be kind of fun. Although I don't really know the use cases of why I would want these to have their own MVVMs. It's not like they're going to change after you press, you know, enter and you enter a command. They're kind of like frozen in time, right? I don't see a need to make MVVMs for the different entries. That'd be overkill. Okay, let's make styles for this. Oh god, I don't remember where it is. Common text style. Text style, liberation mono. I don't even know what size it should be. What would be a good size for that? We'll put it at 1:1 scale. We need it to be small but still readable. And there is, if we ever want to have like proper Steam Deck support, we do need to have, you know, it has to be a specific percentage. And thinking super far into the future, if we ever want to pass Microsoft and Sony certification, they also have to be a specific font size. I think it's like 12 or 14 is the minimum. I'm not 100% sure, but we can test 16. That's pretty damn small. There's no way 16 is the... I don't know. I mean, 16 is even bigger than like CMD. We'll try 16. I mean, the Liberation Mono font might look a little bit different at 16 size anyway. It should already be a mono-spaced font. We shouldn't have to select mono-spacing here. I don't think we need any outline. We can set it to white. Should be good. Be good. We could put a small black outline if we feel like we need to. White 16. Me in high school. I think it's roughly the right size that we would want. Bro, that is, I think that is literally like the font and the size. look at how perfect that is. Alright, we'll give that a try. Okay, entries should 100% have per letter text wrapping. So we'll auto wrap and per character wrapping. I don't know if we need to set anything else. Justification left. Style is handled. Don't auto collapse. We don't need scrolling. We can add one to see what it looks like. Yeah, I think that looks pretty damn good. I do kind of wonder, like, if we want to use multiple styles and maybe color some things like you get with PowerShell, although I don't know if I have a good example of what PowerShell... Oh. The fuck did it become green? I know you can change the color, but when did I do that? Which, if you didn't know, you can do that with PowerShell, which is pretty cool. You can change your like, theme. PowerShell's nice. What even shows that it's using size 14 font here? We can increase it. I think, like, if we want in the final version of the game, we can allow the player to customize their own command line interface. That could be fun. But let's not worry about that right now. I'll change the title text because it's kind of bothering me. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Now it's not bugging me. Every line is always... preceded by the location that we're in, right? Oh, interesting. Damn, PowerShell is actually pretty nice. I'm so used to using CMD that I forget that PowerShell exists sometimes when I'm doing stuff, but it's got a lot of quality of life. And I do like the dynamic style changing, but I don't know if we can... Well, okay, there is a way that we could do it in widgets, but not in the way that you think. We would actually have to make the editable text box invisible, and the player types into it but can't see what they're typing, and instead behind it we are generating dynamically multiple separate lines of text that we dynamically alter the style based on what's being typed in. Now, I think that's a little bit overkill, and it's definitely overkill for the prototyping of this. So I will also say too that if we need a refactor to that, that's fine, right? Because what the player's typing in and what they see is completely separate from the actual functionality, so they're decoupled, thankfully. And right now we just want to mimic the visuals of this and ignore the quality of life until we need to implement that. And we certainly don't have anything as complex as, you know, like running a bunch of scripts and stuff in our command line. Green text to you hacks. Yeah, look at me, I'm... Now the Hope Diamond is mine. Take that, Obama. Let's wrap this with a horizontal box. And we're gonna put a common text here. So of course the editable text box is to the right of that, and this is going to be our location. So we'll style this as Liberation Mono White. Is there a comment editable text box? No, so we have to just do this manually. Now the good news is we have the view model already, so what we're gonna do is set the text of this equal to our current location. So we should be able to see that. Oh, it's centered. I gotta fix that. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so this should kind of look like we are actually typing something into the right place. It's not perfect, right? And then we can print those histories. Although this should have the caret. I don't know why this doesn't have the caret attached to it. Did it have the caret with the root? It did have the caret here. I don't know why it doesn't with the C. I can fix that. Do we have a release date for Witcher 4 yet? Or like a... Do we know what year? Does it even have a Steam page? I know I'm getting distracted, sorry. I want to replay Witcher 3 again with you guys. It's been over 10 years. Oh, they don't even have a Steam page for it yet. Okay, so we definitely don't know. I thought we were appending the caret correctly. If current drive location is less than or equal to 0, append, otherwise don't. Why can't we just append that all the time? Am I crazy? I don't know what I was thinking yesterday. Okay, that looks good. There is a problem. So right now, editable text boxes in Unreal do not wrap the text, I believe. I think the multi-line text box will do wrapping. But we could run into a potential issue where As you'll see here, it's just going to kind of overflow. That is a problem. I don't know how to resolve that other than we need to design it in a way that we can have a character limit, right? Like, we will know what our longest potential string should be. Otherwise, we'll have to find some like way to mimic the wrapping, and I don't really know. Yeah, like I could just... I could do a multi-line editable text box here and on preview key down. So if the player tries to press enter to, or in any way force like a multi-line, we replace that unless the length is too, but I don't know, it kind of gets really messy at some point. I don't know. I don't know. There is like a secret hack here where, and I believe we did this for the not immersive sim toolkit, it was in System Break. We did this with System Break where the editable text box was actually invisible and you couldn't see it. And we mimicked that in the background by dynamically making text boxes. And if we do that, we can fake it. And the player won't know any different. How did you trigger that twice, Kent? You see that? You triggered your stream streak twice for me. How did you do that? Are you hacking? Twitch vibe coder. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. Do we have the ability on a scroll box to print from bottom to top? I think we do, right? I could have sworn there was a way to do it. Wait, what am I thinking? Command line doesn't print bottom to top. It prints top to bottom. Like normal. What the fuck am I thinking? We should be fine. We're good. We definitely don't want this to be focusable though. Okay, so it's not focusable. Don't consume pointer input. No right click drag scrolling. I believe there is one other location where I implement a scroll box. And I probably need to copy the settings from that. We'll worry about gamepad input later, because gamepad with this is going to be a whole thing. I have to make my own virtual keyboard. I don't actually think that'll be too difficult. But we will need to make a virtual keyboard for the demo. Because the demo has to be playable fully on gamepad. No keyboard. That is part of my goals with the demo for 2.0. Fully playable with gamepad. I got it written down here. Which means I need a virtual keyboard. Where's my font color? Oh, here it is. We'll make that white too for now. Okay. What does the entry need to look like at minimum? We need our location, but that's pretty easy because we have that in the MVVM. So I could have the entry... Well, no, we just need to build the entry. And I'm okay with putting logic in the widget for right now for that. And just using the cached location. But we definitely need to build it before we update the cached location, right? Actually, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, because we kind of just, it's the history of commands. So we have to use the location, then build the entry. And echo exactly what the player did as number 1. And then the response. So we always just have a direct echo where the player is in the drive and exactly what the player typed. That's always the first entry, no matter what. Even if it fails, even if it succeeds, it doesn't matter. That's guaranteed entry. Okay. We're gonna try to set up the build entry command. Build console entry in the subsystem. I don't think it matters if the player owns it. You know what? Let's build it through the MVVM. Because then because this is specific to the game, right? This gameplay CLI is in our game content. We cannot reference this here. But I mean, the MVVM is also plugin content. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because we're implementing the MVVM. We'll just run the command through the MVVM. Current drive location. Well, we already have that. Actually, we already have the text. We don't even need that. We do need the full entered command. Well, not really, because the console entry, the full entered command is only there for... We don't care about that. We care about just the entry text, but this doesn't need to be multi-line, I believe. And the string is not going to accommodate that. But I think a text would. No, it doesn't. Does it? Wait, if I do add console entry. Oh no, this is by default multi-line. What about string? Yes, that is too. Okay, so it is default multi-line. That's good. Then I don't think it matters if we do entry string or entry text, but it might be easier to format the string beforehand and then just convert it to text afterwards. In my opinion. Console box. But we need to like dynamically add these entries. Without directly referencing the widget itself. I mean, unless we put the widget inside the plugin. I don't really want to do that though. Because like if I call create widget here, I need to add it to the box. I need to somehow trigger the addition of that widget to the box. But I don't want to do that with directly referencing the widget itself, because that kind of breaks with the practices of the MVVM. Now I should be able to tie a function on gameplay CLI to the function of add console entry. That does mean console entry can only have one. Or we at least need a matching function on gameplay CLI. I think it could be done. Let me see. I kind of forget how to do it. But if I make add console entry here with the string input, using the MVVM, add console entry, I should be able to tie that to MVV to here with add console entry. Add console entry is not readable at runtime. What do you mean? It's a function. It shouldn't be a field notify. Or does the output need to be the string? Oh, I totally forget. No, it's the input is the string. Because we're just passing it through. But I don't know why that would fail. Turn on field notifying the variable. It's a function. It doesn't need field notif. What are you talking about? Function add console entries not readable at runtime. Yeah, it's complaining about the one on the MVVM. I swear that that's how you do it though, is you just connect up the functions like that. Does it need to be pure? No. Let me try. I have no clue why that's bitching at me. Let me see if I can look it up. UE5 MVVM function binding. I know I saw like a video when I was learning about MVVM. I saw it somewhere. Did I miss like a step to this? Returns null. Maybe it needs to take in and return. Dude, something is messing up. I swear it has to output because it has to send that string. Obviously we need an input for that too, but it's going to, well, it's going to convert it to text. And then here it's going to take in the text and add that widget. But it shouldn't have to be a field notify. Well, it's not even showing it here. What the hell? I don't know. I don't know why it's doing weird stuff. How you doing, Gwendolyn? I swear I've done this once before in this project. Let me try doing it again. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Yes. No, it's fine. Wait. Why is it showing that way? Why is it showing add console entry? No, that's right. We want a one-way to widget. I swear that's right. I don't know why it's bitching at me. Function is not readable at runtime. UE5. Function is not readable. Function notifications do not work at all. It was incorrectly bound to the set function of a text variable rather than the set text function of the text widget. Yeah, but I swear you don't have to do that. You are able to bind... I watched a lady from Epic show this. Like, I'm not even setting the text. I want to run the function on the widget itself, which requires an f text, and then we're plugging in that f text. Not that. That's definitely not the way we want to do it. I'm confused. We shouldn't have broadcast field value changed. When a set function of a text variable rather than the set text function on the text widget, so while it had been updated internally, the widget wasn't displaying the change. It's not really my problem though. Let me think here. If you're wondering why what I'm thinking about, I'm trying to we're trying to do this without directly referencing this widget. I need to dynamically create these and then trigger the creation of the entry widget without doing it directly. I could use a list view. I'm pretty new to using the list views though, because those are using they're using pooled widgets, and I could pool the widgets based on an array within the gameplay CLI MVVM. That should theoretically work. Instead of a scroll box. I mean, I think it is like a child of scroll box, or it uses similar stuff to it. But it's a bit more advanced. But we could try it. The only challenge is that it's a little bit harder to grab. It's a little bit more finicky. I use it for the fabrication menu. It's kind of cool. And it is way more performance friendly because it is pulling the widgets. And so if you only see like 5 of the widgets on screen, even though you have like 1,000, it's only going to be loading those 5 into the widget, and when it removes one, pooling, right? Great, really awesome. But I feel like that's kind of overkill for just text boxes. I still don't know why this is not working. I don't know if I can find that lady's, hold on, UE5 MVVM. There was a really good tutorial from Epic themselves about I think it was her. This looks familiar. Yes, this was the one. This is a really good tutorial, by the way. If you're wondering, you can actually use MVVM to handle like everything, including navigation. I think she did a really good job making this. And includes like the project files too, so you can reverse engineer and follow along. It's a really good tutorial and very quick. And I know in one of these she ties a function from the MVVM to a function in the widget itself. I have no fucking clue where she does that though.
So let's
Well, now that I think about it, now that I'm seeing this, why do we need a function within the MVVM to send? Can't we actually just tie a variable of an array, like she does here, an array of widgets? So we can create the widget in the MVVM and just add it to an array, so that they remain in memory, and just tie the updating of that array to a function. Yeah, I don't think I need to do a function to a function. I can just do a variable to a function. Let's give it a try. I might be just overcomplicating it, right? Technically, common user widget inherits from user widget, so if we just do user widget, should be fine. I believe. Okay, let's do it this way. String in, we're gonna build string from this. Console entry. We can make the widget in here and maybe just do like a BPI call. Because I could always just make like a child of this, and you have to specify the widget. Or I just move the console in the entry. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like, we do need to know what class to make. Obviously, we need to know that. So instead of implementing MVVM gameplay CLI, I'll just make a child of this where you can config the entry widget class to make. Let me do that. Entry widget class. Soft class reference. Expose. Is valid. On false, we will print an error. Oh yeah, that requires world context. Okay, that's fine. When we initialize, we can send in the subsystem as context. Where is it? Here, MVVM, initialize, self. That should be good. I think it'll be okay with that as a world context. We shall see. Okay, if it's valid, let's do this. I don't think I can test that. I have to load it first. Load asset class. Blocking. Cast to user widget. We don't really care. We don't care what class it is, we just need to load it, and then we can just do the BPI call to it. That way we can make whatever class we want. As long as we implement the BPI, we're good. Does implement interface. We need to make the interface. I'll put it here, whatever. BPI, gameplay, CLI, console entry. Set entry text. And then this will implement the interface. If it doesn't implement that, we probably need to destroy the widget. And error out. Otherwise, if it does implement it, we'll call the set entry text. We'll build that first. Don't sniff. Don't do it. I farted. Console entry text. Convert that. We might build that first, but for right now, we'll just assume that that is okay. And then add it to here. This will be field notify. Entry widgets. We don't want to add unique. It doesn't say field notify, but it should be field notify. So it should be okay. Oh yeah, we were gonna build this here. Okay, I'll do that. Let me see. Yeah, I was gonna make the. It should be fine. I don't know. Let's just see if it works. That's all. Let's just see if it fucking works. And right now, it should just kind of echo our entries. Well, we need to implement the add. And that'll be whenever we run a command. Local full input. Although now when it's not always when we successfully do it. It's whenever we actually just do it. Like no matter what, we always echo that. So that should be even if we fail out. Like even if it's empty. Right? Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. Well, in which case I could just sequence this, right? Although we do return out here. Granted, we do want to print that first, so I could just kind of shove it right at the fucking start. I don't see why that would be a problem. Yeah, we just do the initial trim. This handles the actual parsing. I still forget why that was hooked up and why I broke it. I don't remember if I wanted that there. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because... I actually don't remember. Whatever. I don't see any bugs happening, so it should be fine. We'll switch out the view model here then, so we're going to delete this. And we'll switch out the view model for the Redlock specific one. So we're going to go back up here. None of this matters. In fact, I can make this private. Although I hope that's okay even when it's field notify. Entry widgets private. Subsystem context private. Entry widget class. Entry. And then we implement child. Oh no, that won't work because that does need to be public. The current drive location text. Okay. Figured it might because it's field notify. I really don't know why we're doing this then though. Okay, that should be good. Let's see what breaks. Well, that's already broken. It's not valid? I know why. I know why. We need to expose this too. The good news is we are using a child of the subsystem, so that's great. We just need to expose this so that we can specify the baby class. Oh my god. Oh, Ligma. What's up, Cool Crusader? How's it going? Same shit, different toilet, nice. That was Unreal. Unreal's good. A little bit annoying sometimes, the usual. What are you gonna do, right? Oh. That's definitely louder than usual. Do we care? We do have to cast it to an MVVM at least. Maybe well, no, we can make it specifically. A class of that. Should be fine. Here's my here. Need to get away from my own suffering and to watch someone else suffer. Okay, well, that's perfect. That is what I do. do it quite successfully, I might add. I don't think that conversion actually works. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I recall there being some potential bug with that. But I don't remember why. Okay, where's the specific subsystem? Here. MVVM class, we want the child. Now that should show it. Yes, okay. Okay, we didn't have any errors, that's good. It is going to be adding this. It's not going to add it to the widget. That's what we wanted to do, was bind the field notify of entry widgets to the function for that. I mean, what if instead of binding it to the, it's gonna show there. What if instead of binding it to the array, we bind it to like some, like, latest entry or something like that? Let's try it. Because I think that'll be a little bit simpler. Latest console entry, and we'll make a add console entry test. We'll just do a plugin here for user widget. Get console box. Add child. Then I should be able to tie that latest console entry to this function. And it shouldn't bitch at me. Sweet. It does not. What is this sorcery? It's a in-game command line interface that you can use to interact with objects, subsystems, and also read files and navigate through folders of individual employee computers. So we can do like this: light, 03, power. Oh, well, it's actually not turned on right now. Let me show you. Or it's not powered. Let me power it. There we go. Plunk. We're building it. Slowly but surely. I know why that's problematic. Because we're running it so early before we've even, like, done the right thing. Well, no, that is correct, right? Because if we... Oh, let me test. If I do the CD back, it's still... Oh, it doesn't even print that, actually, as a return. It just changes. So maybe we don't want to add a console entry for everything, but we do want to implement that per command. And so CD wouldn't implement that. Well, no, because it is. It's changing. No, that's correct. It is correct. Like, that's our history. But it shows bottom left, we're in C. I mean, I feel like that's right. It just kind of looks weird because of the way that it's putting it up there. That and the lack of space between the caret and the what you actually type. I think it's just the layout of my command line where we have that like stationary entry on the bottom. Not a fan of carrots. What vegetables do you guys like and hate? I fucking hate broccoli. I think broccoli should be erased from existence. I think it tastes like ass. I don't like it. I do like peas and carrots though. Especially steamed. Nice and mushy. Spinach is good too. We can always change the layout of the command. Right now, I don't give a fuck about the layout of the command. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck about the layout of the command line. I don't care how it looks right now. I need it to work. I need it to function, and then we can make it look good. So I'm not gonna like try to tweak it so that it looks exactly like CMD or a Linux terminal or whatever. I don't give a fuck. We're just going to make it work. technically there is a problem here actually where I'm kind of printing that the folder name that the player typed in, but because I'm doing a case insensitive check, I need to set it to what the folder name actually is. That should be an easy fix though. Hey Miraloo. You like eggplants. Broccoli is the government experiment, so is cauliflower. I like a steamed cauliflower. I can eat steamed cauliflower. It's not my go-to. I do prefer peas and carrots. I think they have good taste together. I like when they're mushy. But I'll eat like uncooked carrots. I you know, just raw carrots I like. You don't like asparagus. I mean, it does turn your piss green, so it's a good reason why you shouldn't like asparagus. Mushy peas are good. Yeah, I do like mushy peas. I do have a bit of British blood in me. It's like meat pies, mushy peas and carrots, baked beans. I choose. I don't like broccoli. Broccoli tastes horrible. Should we do a vegetable tier list? Oh, dude, look, somebody's already made a tier list for vegetables. Look at this. I am from Wisconsin, though, and I've had so much... I like corn. But there's like a period in Wisconsin or like in the Midwest where all you eat is corn for like 3 straight months. And I do have some trauma over that. Wouldn't jalapenos technically be fruit? Like tomatoes and bell peppers? Aren't they technically fruit? Yeah, bell peppers are really based. Isn't it where if like the seed is inside, it's considered a fruit? So like technically avocado, bell peppers, butternut squash, eggplant, jalapenos. Peas are, I think, not. Pumpkins would be. I think they're considered fruit. Who eats artichoke? I don't know. I definitely don't eat artichoke. If I put my seed in you, does that make you a fruit? Technically, yeah. Under the definition, the colloquial definition of fruit, yeah, it would definitely make me a fruit. A good one. I like that one. That was funny. What was I fixing up? Oh yeah, the folder name. That should happen here if we succeed in the folder navigation. But then we want to replace current navigation token with folder name. And that should resolve it. Okay, for the straight men in chat, you are forced to be gay with one man currently alive, let's say. Or you know what, let's do any man that has lived. Who would that be? Who would you choose to be gay with? And why? Yeah, I mean, I would probably choose him too. If I had to choose somebody who's alive, Henry Cavill. He's hot. He likes Warhammer. He builds his own PCs. The man is so funny to watch in interviews because it's like he doesn't really give a shit about interviews until if you mention Warhammer, then he's like, oh yeah, okay, now we can actually talk. No, I'm choosing Henry Cavill as well. Who is Henry Cavill dating? Is he actually married? Do you have any spouses? Oh, Natalie Viscuso is his partner. I didn't know that. Since 2021. I don't know who she is. Oh, she's an actor too. And like a producer. Okay, I will do super fast vegetable tier list though. Fuck artichoke, fuck this, fuck this. I don't really like avocado, but I don't have anything against avocados. C tier. Beets. I like beet soup. I like borscht. B tier. Easy S tier. Fuck broccoli, fuck this shit, fuck that. Cabbage. A tier. Carrots, S tier. Cauliflower, B tier. Celery, good. Celery good. Corn, A tier. Cucumber, C tier. Edamame, A tier. Eggplant, D. Or dick. Garlic, easy S tier. Garlic. Ginger, S tier. Jalapenos, top S tier. Kale is good, A tier. There are sweet potatoes. We'll get to that. Leeks, B tier. Lettuce, F tier. Mushrooms, S tier. I don't think I've had okra. Or, you know, I think I have had okra, but I don't remember what they taste like. So I'll leave that out because I don't remember. Onions, S tier. One of the easiest S tier vegetables ever produced by humankind is an onion. Peas, S tier. Potatoes are not a vegetable. They're technically a tuber, but S tier. Pumpkin. I like pumpkin seeds. Salted roasted pumpkin seeds are good. I don't really like eating like just pumpkin. Like pumpkin pie is okay, but it's because you add a whole bunch of sugar. Pumpkin soup is okay. Yeah, I don't know. A tier for the seeds. Radishes. I'm not a big fan of radishes, but I have nothing against them. C tier. Red onion. Scallions. S tier. Spinach. A tier. Sweet potatoes. S tier. Tomatoes. So versatile. I don't really like eating raw tomatoes, but salsa, pizza. I'm gonna put it in an S tier just because of how much you can do with it. Turnip. I don't really eat a whole lot of turnips, but I have nothing against them. Zucchini. It's fucking annoying. I don't know. I don't like the texture of zucchini and eggplant. They're mushy, but they're not tasty. I don't know how to put it. That is my vegetable and also fruit, but also there's tubers, and mushrooms are their own kingdom. They're fungi. Tier list. Yeah, fuck Brussels sprouts. I don't hate vegetables. I'm just not a big fan of like some of the green vegetables. I don't know what it is. Some of the leafy greens are okay, but it's because I cook these. And I think kale and spinach are really great cooked. Celery is just watery, so I use that in like a lot of soups for texture. And cabbage you can do a lot with. Brussels sprouts make a nice stew. I'd have to try that. I would give it a chance if you make a stew. Sprouts warmed up with butter will change your life. I'll have to... I don't know. I didn't like them as a kid, so I don't like them now. But to be honest, I didn't like anything as a kid. Make it for you, okay. If we ever meet up, you can make me some Brussels sprout stew. Pumpkin should be S tier just for the pies alone. But the thing is, the pumpkin pie, it only tastes good because you add in a whole bunch of sugar. But I really like pumpkin seeds. Roasted pumpkin seeds are S tier for me. But I wouldn't say that like pumpkins, that I'm just like eating pumpkins. You know? I don't know. It's better than Asmongold's vegetable tier list. But I do find like just raw pumpkin kind of boring. It doesn't really have much flavor. You have to like make something from it. You know, it's not like a jalapeno where you can, or a bell pepper, you just bite into it and it's good. I wouldn't eat raw pumpkin for the sake of it. If that makes sense. Yeah, it isn't setting it to that. Hold on, I gotta... Let me see here. We should be setting current navigation. Yeah, okay, but we're not using current navigation token. Because we're using modified first token. There's the new drive string. What is the difference between modified first token and current navigation token when we're using CD? Is a steak a vegetable? Good enough for me. Oh yeah, okay. I kind of need to like splice that in. Okay, the search case will ignore case, so it... Weirdly enough, I think that if I plug in the current navigation token into both the from and to, it uses case insensitive to search, but then it's going to replace it with the proper case, so I think that'll actually fix it. It is weird though, or it looks weird. So that should fix CD cases. Yes. That has fixed it. Oops. I need to set a... Okay. We'll fix that. My bad. I think that looks okay. Obviously, there's a ton of ways we can improve the visuals of this. Or help delineate between entries. I mean, CD is kind of a shit one to use because it doesn't really have any like feedback anyway, even in CMD. Because you're just changing folders and directories. We'll probably have to modify that entry addition as we go. But I think that works for now. I mean, this is a multi-line. Well, this text is actually not multi-line text, is it? It's common. Is common text default multi? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, never mind. We're multi-line. Of course, we need multi-line. So we just call the build console entry whenever we need to, and that's automatically going to splice in our current location, which of course is always relevant. Kind of. And it should handle the actual building. We now need to implement some of the other important commands we have, and I think we'll do like CLS and exit because these are just really easy ones to cross off the list. CD should be done. Help we're gonna save for last because that is I feel like that's actually a pretty beefy one to add. Tree and directory are kind of connected. List should be easy. We don't have any programs yet, so I'm gonna hold off on that one. And we'll wait on these two as well. So we'll just start with CLS and exit. Those are easy as shit. Invocation, parsed input. All right, that'll handle CD. We'll just make separate functions too for CLS and exit. Even though they're pretty simple, we do need to do some tests on them. Oh, that's straight. Clear console. Exit console. exit, we just have to like tie into the widget and connect that up. So we should be able to do that through the MVVM, I would think. And probably same with clear console, because right now we tie. But we can do those both through the MVVM, I think. In which case I might just put those. I'll just put those on the MVVM. Clear console. Exit console. Where's my widget? We should be able to just tie those in directly. Maybe they do need an input. I could always just BPI it as well. Like here we were able to do it because we're doing the field notify with the user widget. That's pretty easy. I don't want to know or directly interact with the parent widget. I mean, I could theoretically just use field notify with like a couple of booleans. It's a little bit awkward to do it that way. But I don't want to have to cache this. I'll try it. It's a little weird to do it this way, but I'll try it. There's probably a better way to do this. And I think we'll just use a couple of events. Now this does not have to be true. I'm gonna put a condition on the MVVM anyway, so this is a bit redundant. But it's just a quick check, right? We should see it here. And then I can tie in clear console on a condition that clear console is equal to true. That's missing. Does it need to write? Whatever. We don't need that actually. Fuck it. And then in here we can clear console set, and then we can just set it back. It's gonna. I guess this is not a bit awkward, but theoretically. Yeah, hold on, let me fix this a little bit. I'm gonna sequence so we can just put the return here. And we'll only specify return if there's a specific failure. Did you guys see that Star Citizen live stream drama? I know Charlie covered it, Moist Critical, but I saw the Kira video before he covered it, and I watched that yesterday morning, but I didn't bring it up during the stream. They were trying to like show off some new gameplay, and it was like really awkward. They didn't have any chemistry together. Then they started to run into bugs that people have been complaining about for years that they have like just not fixed. And then it got so bad that they had to shut down the stream. And this is while they're trying to show off that, like, hey, look at this new thing we're making, and look how great it is and how well it's running. It was pretty wild. And like finally people on the Reddit are I think people have started to have enough. Like, stop making ships. Please fix your fucking game. Oh, we need to scroll. Actually, as we add that, we need to ensure that that happens. But the clear the clear screen is working. That was an easy one. Low hanging fruit. Unlike my nuts. And when we add the console entry. Add child, and then we can just scroll to the scroll to end. That should do it. Sweet. Okay, that's one down. And pretty much the same thing we're going to do for exit 2, because we're just going to trigger a an event on here. That's it. Deactivate widget from stack. All we gotta do. Okay, request, exit, select, MVVM exit console. And then same thing here. Exit console. Okay. That should just deactivate the widget. And we'll make sure to clear the screen too whenever the player opens up the console. Oh, let me forget to do that. Blah, blah, blah. Clear screen. Exit. All good. Yeah, look at that. We have the audio delay return. I did not miss that audio delay for the last 3 days, I'll tell you that. It's the bane of my my existence, is that audio delay. I'm starting to think though that it might be power related. In which case I gotta get a new I gotta train a new power cable, new PCIe cable at least. But it might just be the whole power supply. Which isn't too expensive to replace. Not RAM. It's not RAM. God, I hope it's not the RAM. Let's not even think that that might be the problem. Okay, exit is good. I think the next ones to work on would either be like list, directory, or tree. We already have the data to build these. We just kind of have to like make a function to build the console entry, because that's all that they are. Now tree is the slightly more complex one, right? So if I do tree, you can see how it looks. With a mono-spaced font, though, well, yeah, we'll see. That one, I think that'll just be time consuming, not like challenging, but just time consuming to make sure that it looks the way that it should. Directory is a little bit easier. It just depends on what we want to show for directory. We don't really have like creation dates. We could do creation dates. I mean, that's just like flavor stuff, right? That could be kind of fun. Let me go to the bathroom and we'll think about that. Maybe I'll do list first, like list devices and programs, and then we can do the tree and directory. I don't know. We'll pick one. We'll pick one. Here be. Alright. I kind of hope that audio delay is just, I don't know, like a bad PCI port on my, or PCIe power port on the, one of the 6-pin connectors. I'll try and move, I'll try doing that after the stream today. I'll try moving that. Because when we were at home and my wife was using it as like a easy little gaming PC for Steam Link, it would like flicker the HDMI sometimes, and I wonder if it's just like sometimes not enough power gets to the GPU, which I'm using for encoding. I could also try a stream where I encode on the CPU as a test, because maybe that's also part of the problem. Or maybe the CPU isn't getting enough. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I've tried everything. I even bought like a new capture card and that didn't fix it. I don't know what it is. I do have some spare RAM sticks I could try though and see if it is the RAM. What a luxury thing to say. In 2026, I have some spare RAM sticks. I actually have, I believe, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM that I am not using, and that should still be good. I'm sitting on a gold mine. Tree directory list. Let's try list. Let's do list. List would be fun. Devices and subs. It's only list. List devices and subsystems. We should have that. Like, we have the initialized persistent objects. I don't think they have a name. But we could add that to the BPI check. And then list devices should have a name. But I think that name is only the invocation, which for now I think is okay. And we could also do like list all, and that would just list everything. So there would be 3 things to check for. Let us make a... Yeah. List devices. And that will just pull in the... We'll pull in our invocation and parsed input to that too. I don't think the invocation really matters here though. I don't think it matters in the change directory either. I don't believe we ever used it here. No, we didn't even use it, so I'll just fuck the invocation then. Run command list. You know, we'll get that all sorted out too. So it's a little bit prettier. That looks better. Switches always create a lot of execution spaghetti. We do our best to split it up. I'll put comments around each section though once we're done. Okay, list devices. We send in parsed input now. We need to check parsed input is not empty and is equal to 2, because we do include the, or length is equal to 2. Like, of course, we could handle that. We probably should handle that separately because they are separate responses, you know, if you fail, right? Like one of them is list expects a type of thing you want to list, and if it's too long, it's list only expects one argument. So we do need to separate that. If that didn't matter, we could just group it together, right? I was talking with my wife about Star Citizen. She'd barely seen me play it, and so I was like she was trying to figure out, why does this game have like, you know, $1 billion in funding, right? And I was explaining to her the concept of how they monetize, right, by selling ships. And she's like, what's the purpose of these ships? I'm like, to make money. No, she's like, what is the purpose for the player? I'm like, you look at them, and sometimes they do interesting things, and other times you walk around them and there's nothing interesting inside them. It's actually kind of sad how empty ship interiors in Star Citizen are. Like there's barely any interactivity with different like rooms. They're just kind of like there. There's not really many immersive sim kind of like things to do. Like, I don't know, stocking shelves with food. Because I think that there's a lot of like roleplay potential in Star Citizen, and I think a lot of people play it for roleplaying. But you can't do a lot of roleplay actions. You can like sit at the tables and like talk with people on, you know, voice chat, whatever. Okay, great. But you can't, I don't know, stock things. You can't place things in the interior because they'll get deleted when you warp. You can't like grab a cup of space coffee from the coffee machine. You don't have like little cleaning robots or whatever, or have to clean up spills. The interiors are just really boring. They look cool. Like I think that in a lot of cases they did a good job modeling them and making them seem like visually immersive, but it's actually not a very good immersive sim when it comes to some of those actions. And then I had to explain to her, like, you pay $500 for a ship that has been in concept for 3 years, and that you might get eventually in the future. That is pretty scummy. Okay, parsed input, we look for one of 3, either devices, subsystems, or all. That should be pretty easy because we can just parse that second index. Or first index, technically the second entry. We can just do a switch on string. If we hit default, that means you didn't type it in correctly. And here we do devices. Subsystems. All is easy because we can just do a sequence and then run both of these. We would want to run that MVVM console entry. But we're gonna dynamically build the entry here in the function and then just send it through. And like parse input is gonna run first, so it should do it in the right order, right? Because we do the parse input, we return whatever the player types. So of course when we go to, let me find a better folder to use here as a test. So like if we were to type like directory, we run that first. And then we list all of that shit. So the ordering should be okay. We'll do a local variable for local console entry as a string. Okay, for devices, we should be able to get current interface devices. And as long as it's not empty. We can loop through these. I think if it is empty, we do want to print a console entry for that. My only issue with this function right now is that it's going to print this every time for every entry, and we don't want to print the drive location. So I'll just do like maybe a boolean for that. Include drive location. I will default that on. And then we'll just do a select on that. That looks good. That way we can print two separate ones, cause like if you're searching for all of them, we should have like no devices connected to the current interface. I can just write that in here. No devices connected to the current interface. I wonder if we should like tab that in though, you know, if that should be like a... Or maybe with like a line between it, right? Like they do here, or there's two lines. Because the first one, we are going to print that parsed input, but having some separation between that. I can either like hardwire that in. Like just by doing that. I don't really like that though. I'd rather it just kind of does that on its own. Especially because once we localize this, that's going to be a pain in the ass because we'd have to include that in the text. So, nah. Anything like that, we should do the formatting programmatically. But I don't know if we can say that every time drive location is false, we should add. I don't think that that's true either. I think we should specify that we want a spacer. I could do like an enum for that, maybe like a spacer appending protocol. It's a little bit long-winded, isn't it? Hey, Distron. How you doing, man? Console entry spacer. 4 options. No spacer. Spacer before. Spacer after. Spacer before and after. Trying to get this game grand proposal ready. Game grand proposal? What are you proposing? And where? I have a popcorn kernel stuck behind my backest back tooth. Fucking annoying. The worst part about eating popcorn, I fucking love eating popcorn. Except for the kernels. That will fall out eventually. Screen Queensland has grants for all art forms, films, plays, and video games. I wish I could get grants. It really sucks. There's like no grants in the US, and Microraptor Games is technically a US company. But I might be able to open up like a Polish version of it and get grants through Poland. I might do that. They're pretty small, but they would definitely help us in these early stages. Because I could get up to like 10 to 50,000 zloty, I think. So about, you know, $2.5 to $12,000. That'd be a lot. Could afford concept art. Some early music. Would help me do the pitches better. That's for sure. Spacer policy. Chile wants to boost their arts, so they've opened up grants. Otherwise, just about everything here would be from the U.S. You guys don't really have that problem over there in the U.S. Well, I think the U.S. has different problems right now, where tons of Western studios are closing or doing layoffs because they can't compete with the cost of remote workers. Unfortunately. Like, why pay for some expensive California, studio and California residents or workers when you can just hire people from Bumfuckistan for a fraction of the price? Was that racist? I don't know. It's fine. Bumfuckistan works. Actually, I could just do like a make literal string here. I think I should do the double. The exact opposite problem was the people I'm hiring are in the US. I'm paying 1.6 times extra. Well, hey, if I don't know if you need a systems designer or not. Probably not. I don't know where they're finding these bumfuckistan. Why did I come up with that? It's actually kind of good. Bumfuckistan and bumfuckistanis. I've applied to do work for my game. I did see a big push. It was like well, now this is gonna kind of sound racist, but I did see a big push for Saudi Arabia game companies about like 3 to 5 years ago. But it was mostly for mobile games. I know Ubisoft too. Ubisoft opened up a division for. They were working on the new Prince of Persia game, but I thought that went under. The Sands of Time remake? I know it got cancelled. It was Ubisoft, Pune, and Mumbai. What the fuck is Pune? India. The deeper I go with it, the more racist it sounds. Okay, append, and then we can append before and after, and then the entry. I can't make up a term like Bumfuckistan and then immediately after talk about places like the Middle East and India. It's not subtle. Maybe if I were streaming on Kick. Well, that's just messy. But whatever. EA got bought out by the guys over at UAE. Yes, you're right. That did happen. We didn't talk about it, but that did happen. All I know is that it is very, very unlikely that any future Ubisoft games are going to have pride flags in them. Found out when you stream on Kick, they have the right to use your voice, likeness, and video for anything and any time for any reason. Oh, well. Wow. Hey, Strangers. Your thoughts on UE6 removing blueprints? I don't like it. I do not like it. at all. Deprecation of actor, I think that is a good thing in the long run from everything I've read about it, but it is going to be something that I would have to get used to. I have mentioned, obviously you just joined the chat for the first time, but I have mentioned before I'm probably going to stick with Unreal Engine 5 for the time being, even when 6.0 comes out. I haven't yet heard anything that makes me want to move to Unreal Engine 6. Looks at the changes Twitch made to AI harvesting. I mean, I didn't stream on Kick, but damn. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. I might do Twitch and YouTube. I did try Twitch and YouTube before. Want to stick to UE4 even? Yeah, you can do it. I do like a lot of the features that UE5 has, but man, it has taken so long for them to become performant. And it is more bloated than Unreal Engine 4. But I definitely don't blame anyone for sticking with 4. It's just, it works, it's stable, it's malleable, it's performant. And for the most part, if you're not planning to go big dick into Nanite and Lumen, you're fine, you know? Was Bioshock Infinite, was that UE4? I think Infinite was 4. It could have been 3. I think it was before 4 that came out. I think that was still Unreal Engine 3. In 2013. It was 2013. That was Unreal Engine 3 still. Redlock Redemption. What's up, Felicia? It's going well. You swear UE5's biggest weakness are Nanite and Lumen? I don't think so. I think Nanite is great. Lumen is difficult. Lumen is a tough subject because, well, both Nanite and Lumen are tough. If you implement Nanite correctly, you should have very, very little performance overhead. It's mostly just a VRAM. What's the word? It just requests VRAM. But if you implement Nanite, you're not going to have an issue if you do it correctly. But most places do not do it correctly. Lumen is ray tracing, and ray tracing is always expensive. And you either make it look like shit and it runs okay, or you make it look good and it's just going to be a hog. I don't think Nanite and Lumen were very good on release though. Nanite only started to get good at like 5.3 and Lumen 5.6. So Lumen's been pretty tough to implement before 5.6. But with 5.8 they added Lumen Light mode, and I don't know what the performance difference is between. I haven't seen the performance differences yet. They called it Lumen Light, right? Am I getting that name right? A Lumen Light. 2 times faster Lumen Light. Scene hits 60 to 80 FPS uncapped, but FPS halves after 5 minutes. Okay, this is just like a bug. With UE4 and should be fun unless you're doing something really crazy. But yeah, we were talking about it earlier today that there are some studios still sticking with
Unreal Engine 5.8 is finally out.
With 5.4, not 5.4, 4, Unreal Engine 4. It's not really performance comparisons though. Yeah, I mean, if one of you can find a just very quick performance comparison, I'd love to see it. Okay, that should work. Technically, I should be able to test. Well, no, I won't be able to test this right now. Let me force it. Let me just do like a list devices and see if that spacer policy functions. We did about like a week or two of like nanite investigation. We found out that what I feel like most of the problems with people who experience issues with nanite are due to overdraw or incorrectly sized quads, which, you know, people kind of think you can just implement nanite on a mesh and it's just going to work. And it is true that a nanite mesh in most cases does render faster than a draw call. But I think there are a lot of games using nanite that don't need to, because you really have to, like DirectX 12 and Vulkan are extremely efficient with draw calls. They're really good. You have to be going crazy overboard with either your number of draw calls or your mesh complexity for nanite to actually be like more performant than just letting LODs handle it. And I think that there are some example games where that is the case. But then you have issues with overdraw. You had a lot of issues before 5.3 with what's the word? You know, the materials translucency, you know what I mean? So I think that it has gotten a lot better, especially they added nanite skeletal meshes. One of the best ways that you can improve performance, especially with modular level building, is through packed level actors and static mesh instances. Instant static meshes. That can boost your GPU, like it's the same VRAM. Wait, what was our findings? Was it that it was the same VRAM usage but much better GPU performance? I think that's what it was. It was still using the same amount of VRAM, but it was much better GPU performance. And I don't see a lot of games doing that. So there's like a lot of little nuances to pull out the best performances from nanite. And I think there's a lot of similar issues with Lumen too. Our game will probably we will 100% use Lumen. Probably won't use nanite. But that's only because we don't feel like we need to use nanite. Why is that doing the second print? Oh, I know why. Because we are supposed to print here. I just didn't actually hook that up yet. Never mind. What's this game about? You should be able to type in well, actually no, we changed. Never mind, don't do that. It is a hard sci-fi puzzle platformer with immersive sim elements. Actually, that should still be okay. Yeah. Exclamation games should still be okay. But we have deepened some of the systems a bit more since when I wrote that. It's not a parkour game. It's very much like you're playing Prey from Arcane Studios or System Shock, Deus Ex. But it's more player versus environment as opposed to like player versus, you know, enemies, monsters. You're in a horribly harsh world. Your mining facility's destroyed, so you just have like all these hazards and problems. Alchemy game is on hold. Golden Chronicles is on hold. We're gonna get to that in the future. We did just have the trademark go live for Golden Chronicles, so it is... that shit's locked in. I don't know if we want to print it here or just... No, we'll just set the console entry equal to that and let the print happen at the end. And I think I'll set a boolean if we are checking all devices, because I might use that for appending. I think something similar will happen with optimization in games. People are going to have to rediscover them. The Unreal Engine problem with optimization was like multivaried. I think that there was... we had like the first 2 years of Unreal Engine 5 games where it wasn't that people didn't know how to use the tools properly only, because I think that that was the case, but it was also that Lumen and Nanite were just really unoptimized. And so it gave the impression that, okay, these two features are unoptimized and developers don't know how to use them. Well, then they started to make them more optimized, but developers, I think, were still a little bit slow to learn how to use them. Because, of course, you're not going to notice the Unreal Engine 5 game where Lumen and Nanite are not causing performance problems. You're only going to notice the times where they are causing problems. And then on top of that, it's like GPU progress slowed down, which was kind of unfortunate. So you did end up with those, like, in between, like, 5.3 and 5.5, those games that came out and are still kind of coming out now do run into some of those problems. Like Borderlands 3 is a good example of, I think, really piss poor Nanite and Lumen implementation. But anything made after 5.6 does seem to have much better implementation of that. Like the new Galactic Racer, Star Wars Galactic Racer is coming out. This is Unreal Engine 5. This is 100% using Lumen and I believe using Nanite. And I honestly think that this is looking really good and not having performance problems. Like this game looks like it runs beautifully for what it is. Pretty sure they stole your game. Where? Borderlands 4? Borderlands 4 was ass for performance. That game was horrible. Oh, Galactic. Well, this game existed before. This was this is like a remake or a spiritual successor to Star Wars Episode 1 from 1999. It's such a spiritual successor that they even have the exact same Tatooine map. And even some of the same design for the HUD. What the fuck did I just see? Hold on. Did you see boobs? Coffee and boobs grand gala. I am not going to click on that that game. I'm not good. Not on stream. Hold on, let me open it up on the side. You're just gonna make a rough prototype for this and it's uncanny. Why is my YouTube loading up everything in 240p? A nice prototype. But unfortunately, yeah, the Star Wars racing has existed for over 25 years. I don't think many people heard about it though, just because it's such a. This is a good prototype, by the way. Really good job on that. But this is using Lumen, and I believe Nanite, and this is just beautiful performance. Stable 60 FPS even on those super high speeds. So I don't know. At this point with current versions of Unreal, I think that if you can't get good performance with Nanite and Lumen, you actually don't know what you're doing with them. Lumen to do with lighting? Yeah, it's ray tracing. Software and hardware versions of ray tracing with Lumen. I think modern gamers though forget that we used to have such unoptimized ray tracing that it used to take hours to render one frame with ray tracing. Much easier to make a game that has state like that? I disagree. I think it's very, very difficult to make a fast-moving game using Lumen and Nanite with stable FPS. It is, you're right, it is path tracing. It's not like NVIDIA ray reconstruction and all that shit. That shit is slow. And I think, you know, Crimson Desert was using it too, and I think Crimson Desert had the same problems that Lumen has. Nobody has been able to implement good-looking ray tracing and have it function well. And even then, you enable ray reconstruction in Crimson Desert, and it's just, it slows to a crawl. You're right, it was meant for film, yeah. Arc Raiders was using Lumen, and I think Arc Raiders did it well, but Arc Raiders still had some of the same ghosting issues. But I do think that, what's the name of the company? Embark. I think Embark has a really, really solid team that understands the technology of Lumen and Nanite. But it is easier to get good Lumen quality out of daylight scenes, and I think they also had the benefit of not having dynamic day-night cycles. It is more difficult to get good Lumen quality when you're constantly invalidating your shadow caches versus being able to have that single loading validation and then just update it like per chunk. Why is the rating for Arc Raiders mixed recently? What happened? I thought people liked this game. Real-time ray tracing just isn't there yet. I don't think it is either, but it's almost there. Oh, they got a cheating problem? Oh. I thought they had like some pretty good anti-cheat. Huh. But someday I'm good at fake kind of lighting, like going to real lighting is actually a huge step down. The way that I paint it is you have like lighting quality, right? What the fuck was I typing there? Quality, baked, Lumen, and this is GI quality, right? Baked would allow you to get I think when baked lighting, you got about like here in this range. And it was pretty easy to get it up to this point. Lumen is like this. When you do it well, it's gonna look better than baked. but it's also very easy to make it look worse than baked lighting. And way worse performance than baked lighting. But you have to know what you're doing with Lumen, and it's like the default Lumen quality is just like it looks good. It's like here, but it runs like shit, kind of. You can't do both. Lumen forces every single light to be movable, so it can't be baked. You can bake lighting into materials, which was like the old school way, right? Where you had like you drew like a texture on the screen for the light, and then you baked the lighting into the textures at certain points. You can't. Lumen does not allow lights to be static. You can't have static lights with Lumen turned on. Baked allows high quality for low performance costs. Also, I would argue that backend can look at least as good as best Lumen can do. Or baked, it depends on baked implemented. Like I said, it was just with like GI. Lumen, whenever you put something in, I think it warns you. I can try to place one in. I do have Lumen enabled. I don't believe you can set it as static. I think it'll give you like a map build error. It does say partially baked. It might be mega lights. You cannot use Lumen and bake traditional light maps at the same time. Turning on Lumen replaces pre-computed lighting, while baked lighting requires disabling Lumen. They're mutually exclusive. All lights are treated as movable and will not be baked. You cannot combine them. By default, Lumen is used as a dynamic global illumination method. With Lumen enabled, all lights are treated as movable and will not be baked. But it's global illumination, and then of course you also have Lumen reflections, and you can have both or one or the other. Use dynamic lights to cut holes in the light maps of objects. So stuff like Half-Life 1, 2, and many others did it. I think it's easier for people to accept imperfect baked lighting because it's not. It's like the uncanny valley effect, right? Where if you're not trying to have realistic models or characters, people are more accepting of when you don't reach that level of quality. But the moment you try to have that realism, you have to meet it. And if you land anywhere between, like in this uncanny area or shit quality area, it looks way worse than if you just did like one or you went all in on it. You can still, well, I mean, Lumen is also, it's the dynamic global illumination, right? So if you don't move a light, you're not constantly invalidating the virtual shadow maps and stuff. And that's the constant invalidation, which is what you get with like real-time dynamic day-night cycle games. Like Borderlands 4 had a big problem with this because if you're moving the sun constantly and having that dynamic day-night cycle, you can't cache any of those virtual shadow maps, and so you're just constantly invalidating it. But if you don't have a move, like if you think of like Arc Raiders, right? They don't have a dynamic day-night cycle. They load up a map during different conditions, so they can just do that initial validation call, and it stays there, and you don't have a problem with that. So I think I played the new Dying Light. The game looks great, but it also has some of those same problems. It's either you have to fake it, and you can't really go past that performance threshold, which is that those RT cores that you have on ray tracing enabled cards are only going to be as good as they can be. It's not all software problem, it is also that we're trying to do something that is so ridiculously expensive that it used to be considered a holy grail of rendering. Dying Light 1, well, most of them, they did have dynamic day-night cycles, but it wasn't like ray traced. It looked good and it was performant, but then we started to get, we want that better interior quality. And I don't know, like the improvement to scene quality is maybe 30% on average, but then the cost is like 300%. And it has gotten better. If you remember the first UE5 Lumen Star Wars, there was like an initial Lumen demo. Where the fuck was that? Reflections demo. That's what it was called. You remember when this came out in 2018? This was the first like showcase of Lumen, GI, and Reflections. I actually looked it up, and this was running on... It was like 64 gigabytes of VRAM or something, and it was only running at 24 FPS. And was using, I think, two GPUs. This was the original version of Lumen, and this is the best that we could get. Now we can run 60 FPS Lumen on, like, you know, an RTX like 3070 or something. So it is way better. It is way better. It's taken a long time to get there compared to like physics, right? Physics you used to run on the CPU and it would lag the fuck out of your game if you tried to run it on the GPU. Then NVIDIA did a lot of work on NVIDIA PhysX, and now we used to have to run physics on the GPU, and it used to lag your game. Now, you know, CPUs have gotten so good that we can run physics on the CPU, and we usually do. It just takes time for all these new technologies to kind of catch up and become standard. And I think ray tracing is one of those that is going to be, it's going to take the longest, especially with the price of VRAM right now. Remember the physics in Half-Life 2 being bad to run back in the day? Well, I will say that is something that that Valve had always been at the forefront of with their engine. They've always been there. That was like the main focus of their engine, was that they have probably the best running physics of any engine. But nowadays, it's just, you know, physics are cheap and easy, and we just do it casually. Gotta make ray tracing a secondary lighting mode like it used to be, the experimental option mode. It kind of is. I do agree with you. I wish, well, right now, if you set Lumen in games, like if you play an Unreal Engine game and you have the ability to turn global illumination quality to medium or lower, it does use backup old methods. Not every game has this. Borderlands 4 did not allow you to turn off Lumen. I agree that it should be easier to switch between Lumen and non-Lumen in Unreal Engine games. But I do also think that players' expectations of performance have increased dramatically. Back when Crysis first came out, you could not run Crysis at even a stable 30 FPS at 1080p with the best card available at the time. And I think that the standard for games has gotten better than that. But nobody complained at that point, because we knew that games were being built with the future in mind, and I don't think that that is the expectation anymore. I remember when like Metro 2033 came out that was still the expectation too, is that you could not run Metro 2033 on the best card at the time, on the highest settings, at 60 FPS. Yeah, scalability is a lot better, especially with DLSS and FSR. I don't think scalability has ever been better in games than it is right now. And DLSS looks fucking good for what it does. It is crazy how good DLSS might be the most important contribution to game rendering, at least that I can think of. Remember the controversy with Crysis that came out years later? Which one? Which controversy? Your Steam machine pilled now? I do not really think the Steam machine is great, personally. And it's not all because of Valve. I think they got fucked with the RAM crisis like everybody else. I don't remember what I was doing. I love talking with you guys, but sometimes I have to let me make a little bit of progress and then get distracted for an hour. Yeah, it's not just RAM, yeah. I bless everybody in chat that I hope your PCs do not have any hardware problems. Do you miss my no-stream days? Sometimes, for some things. These actually are already loaded. Oh no, I'm supposed to force load these. We actually never did that. Wait. No, it should be loaded. It's in the object invocation map. Yeah, okay, so doing actually this should be fine because this will just do a resolve. When we close the interface, we do need to clear this map, though, and I don't think we do. Let my corroded laptop know of it. I still think I just don't know who the Steam machine is for. I don't understand because it's just not very good quality. Not quite like performance quality for the price that it is. And I think anybody who really wanted to play PC games probably already had a PC that could play those games. The Crysis actively subdivided models in real time to artificially increase the poly count, and it was made to do on AMD cards because the devs had some kind of deal with Nvidia. Oh yeah, I do kind of remember a lot of those deals happening on some older games. A lot of that infighting. We should just have to run the same test as we did with parse input. Not parse input. What am I thinking of? Where did I put this? There should be a BPI call that we do somewhere to check for that device. I think it's on update current interface. That's base programs, persistent objects, devices would be here. Yeah, we need to check for this component and grab the device name. It would be even easier if I just built a valid map of devices to their name invocations. Granted, I guess I could loop through this map and just grab... Thanks for the follow, Strangeverse. It's been nice meeting you today. You know what the Steam Machine is for? One of my friends was super excited to get one until the price came out. He does not have a regular PC to play games on. Does he want to play games on PC or does he just want to play games? I guess would be my question. Because a console is way better. It's better performance. It is more plug and play than... Well, maybe I would say that I think Valve has done a really good job of making the Steam Machine plug and play. But it's like... What, the PS5 is like $500 versus the Steam Machine being 1.2? And the PS5 comes with a controller. And you have to buy the controller separately with the Steam Machine. Australia, the console's about the same price? Nah, dude, the PS5's not that expensive. I think even the PS5 Pro is cheaper. This is with VAT tax in Europe. So it's actually yeah, in Poland it's more expensive, but it's $900 for the PS5 Pro and it's 1.2 thousand. You guys have a VAT tax? But you'd have to pay that for the Steam Machine too. What's like the Australia Walmart that I can look up a price of this? I don't know what stores you guys have. Okay, so you guys have like a similar kind of thing. But you'd have to pay that either way. We have Target? Okay, PS5, Australia, Target. Okay, so 1.4 thousand, and this is gonna come with a controller. Does that seem right? There is one here for, oh, that's US dollars. It's 1.7 thousand, so the PS5 Pro is 1.4 thousand. So it is cheaper to get the PS5 Pro than the Steam Machine. And you get the controller with it, which the PS5 controller is really good, by the way. These things are fucking awesome controllers. I mean it, but it is cheaper. And when it comes to performance, I know Linus did a comparison, right? Yeah, like this is the performance comparison. But the thing is, Kent, is that Disron was saying that who he believes the Steam Machine is for people that don't own a PC but want to play games. Now, I agree. I completely agree. The PC library and the Steam Machine is way more versatile. But if your goal is to just buy something that can play games, I think the Steam Machine for the price, and even compared to a base PS5, it's worse, right? Like the PS5 will I think natively run at $75 to $78. I don't know if it does say like opening scene. This is 4K, so the PS5 can run God of War Ragnarok at upscaled 4K. Even better than the Steam Machine at FSR quality medium. And, you know, the PS5 versus... So it's 1.7 thousand AUD for the Steam Machine versus normal PS5 which is 1,000. So it's almost half the price. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that the PS5 always beats the Steam machine for every single metric and use case. But I do think if your goal is just to like play some games, consoles are better. The small form factor is nice, I agree with that. Well, that's part of my thing, Discern, is that like if the PS5 is like 7 years old now, then the Steam machine is more expensive than something that came out 7 years ago. And I think it's primarily because they aren't subsidizing the cost of the console with game sales like Sony and Microsoft do. But even if we considered that the RAM crisis wasn't happening, the PS5 would still be cheaper than the Steam machine. Because they're both increasing the price to account for the increased price of components. I fear that the Steam machine is not going to have very high adoption rate because I feel like it's meant for enthusiasts who like really want this thing because it's some new technology and they want to play around with it. But like people who already have a PC that can play these what's the word for it? Like very, you know, high requiring games already have it, and people who just want to play games probably already owned one of these 7-year-old consoles, like a PS5 or a Xbox One. So I don't imagine adoption rate is going to be very high with this Steam machine. Personally. Not a friend's boat. I agree, Kent. I agree. If you have the money and you want some small form factor PC that can run games with FSR, although I think FSR looks like shit, to be honest, I just don't think the Steam machine is still that great of an option. The cool thing is, I think, look, I'll tell you the thing. I think the coolest part about the Steam machine is actually Steam OS, which is openly available. I think the Switch 2 is better if you want small. Yeah, I think if it had a better price point, it would see a better adoption. I don't think many people are buying new PCs right now just because of the cost. They're trying to make do with older hardware. I mean, obviously anybody who has a PS5 can agree that the library of games on PS5 compared to PC is worse. And there aren't many exclusive games on PS5 that really make it worthwhile to buy specifically that. Although GTA 6 will change that. GTA 6 is only launching on PS5 and Xbox One at launch. Not on the Steam machine. But I agree with you, Discern. I think people are going to be putting Steam OS on older boxes, 100% with that. And I think it's a really cool operating system. I'll take 2. Yeah, they did it with GTA 4 and with or GTA 5 and GTA 4. Right? And Red Dead 2 and Red Dead 1. And we know why they do it, because people are going to buy those games and then buy it again on PC. I'm a sucker. I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy it on the PS5 and then I'm going to buy it again on the PC. The only game I didn't do that for is Red Dead. But I wouldn't mind eventually coming back and playing Red Dead 2 on the PC again. Your open SteamOS would come out and blow Windows out of the water, but it still doesn't work with NVIDIA graphics cards. It is weird, isn't it? I kind of forgot that. And it's such a shame too, because I think that FSR looks worse than than DLSS. Still. Didn't like some German company do a blind test of native FSR and DLSS, and people always preferred DLSS over native or FSR. And I think there were some cases where people chose native over FSR even. Fuck. Okay, here it is. I don't know German. That'll kind of work. Yeah, so there were specific cases here, and you can see respondents always chose DLSS over native. And I don't know if they were running native DL, like, you know, DLAA. Let me see here. What were they testing it on? Quality mode. So this would be 66%, right? 66% of the resolution. So interesting enough, you have, for like Anno 117, you have 282 native, 621 DLSS 204. So in every single case where it was tested, DLSS won, and even compared to that, native was preferred over FSR. So the really, really unfortunate aspect is that FSR is shit. Apparently to blind testers. Doesn't DLSS smear gunk? No, that is temporal anti-aliasing. That is the issue. And most modern engines use temporal anti-aliasing because it's really cheap. Although DLSS 4.5 does have a mode that should smooth out motion vectors. I think it's like mode L. This was the video. They showed the motion vectors here. So you can see the ghosting here. You'll see that if you've ever played games, you can see that what you know people call like the smearing. This is because when you use temporal anti-aliasing, it uses previous frames that have been rendered to generate the new one and to smooth out edges by combining the pixel data. And the issue is that when you're moving something fast, the difference in the pixel data gets so great that it has a hard time blending that and knowing whether or not it's accurate. So of course you can improve that by taking more snapshots, but this of course reduces performance of temporal anti-aliasing. And with the new DLSS 4.5, they have reduced that to the point that I can't even see that. I'm explaining it in kind of a very shitty way, I think. But you can see that in the video while they're moving. You don't have any of that smearing occurring. So it's, I don't know, I think DLSS is getting better. And at least according to blind testers, FSR still is just not there. Which is why it's a shame that this Steam machine is using FSR when even native would look better. But it does run better. It does run better. Yeah, you do need the beefier cards, yeah. I think 4.5 is like 20% more performance cost, or up to 20% than DLSS 4. But it is a trade-off because like you are rendering the game at a lower resolution, but then it is costlier to run that model. But you can, in the NVIDIA control panel, or whatever they call it, the NVIDIA app, you can specify exactly which version of DLSS you want to use. And I think also the API, when you implement DLSS, does allow you to implement that in the game as well. I believe.
Wrong.
No. I don't remember where though. Oh yeah, the model presets. And here you can select custom preset A, B, all the way up to M. I think the L and M are the most recent ones. You can force it.
Shiitake?
Open question, shiitake. All right, back to work. Back to work. If we know that the object invocation map, if we want to list devices, then what we need to do is list, you know, let me see what this builds as, because maybe I
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
what a game. Hey NanoRasmus, it has been a while. It is good to be back streaming. I did miss you guys. Actor device. We should be able to cast to actor device. And if that cast succeeds, then we know that that is a device. As for subsystem, that might be a little bit trickier. Granted, I should be able to use initialize persistent objects instead. So maybe for devices, we can just do that cast and see if it succeeds or fails. I'm not working on the potion game. We haven't worked on that for a couple of years now. It is there though. It is there in the background, and we're going to build up a team to tackle that in the future. Because I didn't want to make the game less than what I wanted it to be, but I realized that we need an existing team to build a game that big. I want to do it right. So fuck this. Is not empty on the map. And then we'll loop through the map. And these are already loaded too in memory. So these are just a quick, we'll just do a quick cast. And if that succeeds, then we can grab the device name. That is going to be the invocations, right? Object invocation, actor device, actor device. Yes, that is the right one. And then we'll do valid device names. Or we just build the console entry dynamically from that. Maybe that's what we'll do. Technically, we could loop through this and we wouldn't have devices. We would only have persistent objects. Let's not put that there. Let's instead put it on completed, as long as local console entry or be found at least one device. Is true. We'll poop that down. Otherwise, if true, we can do an append for local console entry, set, get append. Much of this is going to have to be converted to localized text in the future, but that'll be a very simple refactor. And that is probably at least 2 years in the future for localization, so let's just get it working first. Although we run into the issue here too, where I really shouldn't be adding in those spacers into in between the string, because that will make future work on that way worse. And I know that. I should be able to try that. We should be able to type in list devices and see if that prints. Not gonna be the most good looking, but not horrible. We definitely don't need the drive location here. It'll make it look a little bit better. What genre of music do I listen to? When I stream, I listen to like game soundtrack stuff. Like this is the Starbound soundtrack. And I do that because I have verified that these do not cause copyright claims. Thankfully. I can do spacer before. And then I'm only going to do a single line here. I think that'll look nicer. Like video game music doesn't cause copyright claims in general, at least not on Twitch where people are expected to be playing games. Some of them do. Some of them do, but yeah, in general, video game music is usually okay. And precisely because of the reason that you mentioned. Did you listen to a track I made, though it's a rock? Yeah, you can send it. I do listen to a lot of different genres. Yeah, it's usually like Nintendo. I think Nintendo did have some problems with some of their soundtracks. And specifically with Starbound, I did ask them. I reached out to Chucklefish. And they were cool. They just said, like, hey, sometimes make sure that you tell people that it's from Starbound. Like, man, more than happy to. Okay, I was just making sure the volume was okay, because I know that SoundCloud loves to just blast you at full volume if you're not careful. Hopefully that's a good volume. I like it. This is me rocking out while I'm traveling between the stars. I love the synths. I'm looking for musicians lately. I really want to have my demo out by October. How much are you willing to spend? I can recommend one person I worked with. It was for the Cauldron Chronicles theme. This is nice. I like this. Some good shit. It's a first for you. Well, you did a good job with it. Crunchy. You might have a knack for it. And I don't gas people up. It already receives bonus points because you didn't use Suno. I hope you didn't use Suno. 100 USD per minute. It's around 160 AUD. Okay. Yeah, the guys I worked with were quite a bit more expensive than that, but I think it's pretty standard. Dude, this is nice. It's a good track. I like that. I think you did a really good job with that. You should make more. And maybe some people in chat are looking for music that kind of fits that that vibe, and they'd be willing to hire you. Looking at music on YouTube the other day, my algorithm got a little wonky. Suggested global shuffle dance music, and he's a 69-year-old guy making techno mostly on bins in his backyard. Dude, that's awesome. Best YouTube algorithm random poll. What is our purpose of using the list? I mean, I think that list should help us understand the invocations that you would use, and I think for list devices that works. Subsystems, not. Actor devices are always the invocation, but subsystems can have multiple invocations, right? If we go into our subsystem for power, we have a gather invocations, right? Git program invocations. Granted, if I'm looping through the map, let me debug it again because I want to see exactly what it looks like. That should be enough. I can just load up the debugger. This is our subsystem, right? We could look for something that fails to cast to a... Well, that's kind of dangerous. Yeah, but this is I'm not selling this. And this is only going to work for this game. I think for right now I could just check for an object that fails... That is not a actor component and is not itself. Or I loop through persistent objects and just run that blueprint command. Maybe that's better. That's actually a lot safer. For music that sounds like early 90s DOS music. What, you mean like... there was a really old, there's this really old YouTube video where somebody made... song from Windows 95 sounds. There's no way that I'll find this again. Some old ass shit. I think a lot of people... This is it. This is 18 years ago. This is how old I am. Is that I remember a video from YouTube that is 18 years old. December 9th, 2007. This is the music we need for Redlock. It's so good though that I remember this. I will always remember this song. Shout out to this Japanese guy. What a song, dude. What the fuck is this? How crazy are the effects of test dot? Oh my god, get out of here. Remember this? Mr. Scruff? Oh my god, I do remember this. Holy shit. This is so good. Also, finally, the world is healing. Look at this. I'm done coding with AI. Finally, people are waking up to the fact that they have just destroyed their brains by outsourcing their own intelligence and critical thinking to a machine. The world is healing. This is a good song. This is a good song, dude. Fred vibes. Do we listen to it? I mean, I'm kind of curious. It's almost like I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. This is out of pocket. It's almost like listening to a detransition story. Okay, you can spam your emotes on that one. But I'm curious to see what it's like from somebody who maybe doubled down on using AI to code and is now kind of waking up from that and is talking about how they feel it changed the way that they code and do stuff. I would be kind of curious to watch it and see what the reasons are. Maybe I'll do that later. Okay, okay, one more thing. Punka, I'm clicking on it. What is this? I won't watch that. I don't use AI for. I don't think people should use AI to code. I think that it will slowly degrade your skills, in my opinion. And that's just the start. I don't think it produces very good quality code. Let me work. I got to make this. Then we can watch stuff later. Give me like 1 hour and then we can watch something. Let me get this list command working, okay? Good music for coding. The music we listen to is pretty chill and sometimes it does put me to sleep. I will admit. But it doesn't get me copyright strikes. And so I am happy. The example I give with like AI coding, the way that I can try to explain it the simplest is that it's like the teach a man to fish versus fishing for a man kind of thing, where if you know what you're doing and you ask AI to do something that you've done a million times, it's not as bad, but you're still not keeping those skills maintained. And it's like playing a game for 1,000 hours and then not playing it for 2 years and then coming back to play it again. You have to kind of retrain those skills. And it's the same thing with AI, where if you do it enough, you're going to start to degrade. Now, the worst is that if you don't know what you're doing and you ask AI to make something for you, you will never be able to understand that thing, and you will not be able to teach somebody else that thing because you yourself do not understand it. And I think that gets really dangerous. And I haven't really seen many cases where AI saves so much time that it's worth that degradation versus just learning how to do something yourself. Then we get into like the human side of it, which is, do you really feel accomplished when you aren't the one accomplishing something? I don't know. But I'm not saying that all AI is bad, but rather I think that there are use cases of it that are bad. It's like, you know, using a phone, right? I can use my phone to watch brain rot. Bad. But I could also use my phone to watch Veritasium or Smarter Every Day and you know, other educational channels, or like Tom Scott, or you know, and these are things that are making me smarter. I can use it to read, but I can use it to read Morning Glory Milking Farm or some philosophy book, right? It's just, what are you using this technology for? Technology isn't itself bad. A gun doesn't kill people. You kill people with guns. Read some of the AI coding because he's still in his 9 to 5 and getting mocked by twink-looking 18-year-olds who got lucky vibe coding. Bullshit, SSAS. How's it going, Paxian? Good to see you too. What if you get AI to make you some code and then you fix it so it's organized and formatted correctly? I think that there is a massive under-discussed benefit of writing something yourself, because it's not just the time that is spent, but also the fact you are walking yourself through the logic. And during that process, and same with debugging, especially with debugging, you are rubber ducking that thing against your own understanding of it. So I think that you miss out on the natural evolution of creating a system and improving it when you are not actively the one making it. You know, it's like dictating to another person. Let's get rid of AI. Dictate to your friend the system that you need, and then don't talk to it until he is done making it. Inevitably, it's probably going to miss some things that you did want, and you have to do more of this back and forth versus just evolving it in place or fixing a bug as you realize that you needed to have it think of something. Missing on building the circuit. Yeah, it's just you're missing out on that, and especially when you go back to debug it, you're just gonna be you're telling it, hey, it has this bug. It copy and paste error code, and yeah, sure, it's fixing it, but you don't understand why it was wrong, and so you aren't going to catch those things or know how to. I don't know. It's just such a. It's such an unforced error. Like, why do it when inevitably it probably isn't going to save you as much time in the long run as you think it will? Maybe it helps you get to prototype stage sooner, but at least in game development, where prototyping is a chaotic evolutionary process where the goal is fun, not just a functional piece of software, but you're trying to make something fun. Having that evolution and that time within that chaos allows you to find something or even a bug that may not have existed had you done it perfectly, right? My workmates get annoyed at my commenting, but when they have to come back to things after months, you like that I did. Yes, absolutely. Guns a force multiplier, which is why guns don't keep people, is a bit of a misnomer. If you never aim your gun at another person and pull the trigger, unless it's a Sig Sauer with the issue with that's a different thing. If the gun is functioning fine and you never aim your gun at another person and pull a trigger, then somebody isn't going to get hurt. Simple as that. It's a tool. If you never take a knife and stab somebody with it, then somebody isn't going to get stabbed with a knife. If you don't take your car and run it through a pride parade, gay people aren't going to die by being run over with a car. I think that you make the choice with the tools and technology that you have. This is a wild comparison, by the way, to AI. They might just not buy. Oh, yeah. Well, if somebody else is doing it. Actually, we need to do this if it's not empty. I love unhinged discussions with you guys, though. They're really funny. We end up saying some wild stuff. What if AI actually produces what you want in a sufficient quality? Because I got a friend that's a non-programmer that now utilizes AI for coding and is producing some production code in this specific niche. I would say that, is this really what you want from life? Is to produce something that you know, what matters more? The knowledge or the end product? And I think that's a bit of a philosophical, there is no right or wrong answer to that. But at the end of the day, if the minimum bar is to type in something that you want and that thing is just magically perfectly produced, then the magically perfectly produced thing has no value, because it's the minimum value of that product is now whatever the price of a subscription to that service is. And there is a difference here, like software versus games, right? Games are art. And I think that having a functional calendar application on my phone is different than having a game which I am playing for a specific purpose, right? Or like reading a book. There is a difference there. But at least for me, I'm not going to really feel very accomplished if I open up, you know, Gemin Gork GPT and type in make booba image, and this thing is just there. It's not gonna be the same as the booba, or make calendar app with booba. Like, okay, but what if I made my own? That to me is like just so much more satisfying. Is learning having that knowledge, because then when an employer is like, we are hiring you for this thing, and we need to know that it's going to have that quality, that you can fix problems with it. Why would they hire me if they could just type the thing in? So it's like, by adopting AI to that point and devaluing it so significantly, there is absolutely zero reason that you should ever have. There's no reason. You're going to be forcing yourself out of a job if your goal is to make money with it, right? I do think AI is the future. I just think that if we replace so much of it with that, you're not gonna have a job. I don't think we care about the tag, right? We just care about the persistent object. We should do a validation check on that. We should do the validation check up here too. Although I think that this cast would fail. No, we'll do the validation check. Better safe than sorry, right? They're cheap. Making a game, but your friend's making a game for Gary's mod. I mean, obviously that's not meant to make money, right? And for your friend, maybe sure that end product is more important than the actual knowledge. But let's put it this way: is that if he ever wanted to try and convert that into a job in the games industry, right? Like use that as a portfolio piece, he never would be able to, because he would never be able to personally recreate that end product. So he's not building anything that is permanent or substantial here. And I don't say that to be mean to your friend, but rather, if this is what he wanted out of the future, this would not be something that would ever be achievable. If that makes sense. We should check if this implements the interface, although when we initialize these persistent objects, I think we do the BPI call. So at this point, they should already be valid. But we do need a name for this. Like what is the name of this persistent object? I hope it doesn't sound like I'm shitting on people that use AI. Just that I don't think they're going to make much progress against people that are not using AI to learn. But there's so much nuance to that. It's not black and white. My main uses for AI right now are like glorified Google and the aggregate data. I think that's one of the greatest uses for like consumer AI. But it's definitely not replacing my job. Thankfully. I guess if we have these programs, I've never seen people using Claude Code, but it's not the quality. Like, my issue isn't the quality of the code, but it's the fact that you don't know anything. Like, imagine somebody who doesn't know how to code goes into Claude and asks it to write something. It's my view that the quality of the output is not the important factor. It's the fact that the person who has typed it is still as dumb and knowledgeless and ignorant as they were before they typed in that thing. They have produced something without any prior knowledge and have not obtained anything in the process of doing that. But asking AI to help you understand, like, let's say, help me understand pointers in programming or like C++, is very different than asking it to code you something, right? Because I want to make that distinction at least. Like building a Lego versus carving something from a block of wood. Well, at the very least with Lego, you're building some skill because you're building the fine motor skills. Like, that's why it's like really good for kids to have Legos, is because it's a great way to build fine motor skills. How's it going, Kotzer? Good to see you, man. Maybe I will add a BPI call for like get program name or get program front facing name. I might have to move some things around there though. It is good to see you. We gotta meet up soon. I argue that the quality code does make a difference. Like if you think of the AI like a contractor you're getting to make something, the quality would make that kind of a person. Well, sure. I mean, I agree. If you look at it like a contractor, you're right. Like you're paying the subscription price, you're contracting AI, and it's producing a result. And the same thing is like when I ordered music for Cauldron Chronicles, I did not become any better at making that music myself. And I don't necessarily want to, but I'm not trying to sell that music, right? I'm not trying to claim that this music was mine. And I think that, you know, when I'm trying to claim that something is mine or I'm trying to sell it, knowing that behind the scenes, everything there it has a human at its core, makes that thing so much more important to me. And even more than that, it is verifiable that humans do apply more value to something that they know was human made. That is verifiable psychology, which is only furthering the evidence that something that is made by AI will only have less value than made by human, even if the quality is the same. That's why the term homemade or handmade is such a value increaser. I think I should just make a separate BPI for that. But it is weird kind of having two. Do I have a persistent object BPI? I have a runnable program object. I'll just make another BPI for it. Always find a better way to group it together later. It is lame though, but Cutsper and I did talk previously and we agreed this is not going to be used elsewhere other than this game. Oh, Cutsper, there was one topic I was talking with somebody about yesterday. Python factories in Unreal. And they swore by them and loved them, and personally I just don't see much use in them, but I think that's only because the games that you and I tend to work on or make don't have a use for such massive scale programmatic asset generation. But it also could be the fact that I am not really working with like massive amounts of art assets or whatever, where maybe some of that could be useful. And I just wanted to know what you thought of them. I think the use cases he gave were more for it to help me understand them, but they're not good use cases, like making blockout materials. I'm not doing roguelikes. I don't really like to. I wouldn't mind working on a roguelike, except that if I worked on a roguelike, it would only be in like 10 years when people don't trend chase with roguelikes. I don't do trend chasing games. I find it boring and lifeless and soulless to work on trend chase games. That's just me personally, though. Factories like in code pattern or some other type of factories? Let me see if I can find them. V5 Python factories. It was this. This is very white. Let me... Oop, not that button. I think some of these are built into the engine, by the way. With like importing or making some things. Unreal.factory. For like automating imports or defining how a class should import by default. The use case he gave me was generating programmatically blockout materials. But I don't think this was a good use case because blockout materials are usually just super simple, you know, base colors, which aren't difficult to make manually and might be more time consuming to make programmatically, you know? I don't know. I tend just not to trend chase just Throne. Like right now, it's really popular to make co-op games. I don't really have any desire to make a co-op game. Or any multiplayer game, personally. It looks to me you make for big. I don't know the use cases of these Python factories. Like creating assets from Python. I don't really know. I don't know what I'd use it for. Not that it isn't useful. I just don't know what I'd use it for. Probably for a bunch of art assets it could be useful. It's abstract type that you extend. It's using factory design pattern and it's all over UE5. Yeah. Not Python factories, it's just Python bindings for Unreal factories. I guess I don't really... Maybe I just don't realize that factories are all over the place like you say. Like anytime you import an object, it's probably some type of factory. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just I need to understand... I need to go one level lower. Forget the Python. Understand the factory, and I don't really work with that a lot because I'm not like doing a lot of like low level stuff in Unreal or massive asset imports. The factory method pattern is a design pattern that uses factory methods to deal with the problem of creating objects without having to specify their exact classes. Rather than by calling a constructor that is accomplished by invoking a factory method to create an object, factory methods can be specified in an interface and implemented by subclasses or implemented in a base class. It absolutely overrated. Okay, so it is literally everywhere. And Python is just a nice, quick scripting way of invoking already existing stuff within Unreal. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to understand it a bit more. That's more helpful for me understanding it than yesterday's conversation. Look, the trend of roguelikes passed quite a while ago. I agree. I agree with you too, though, that who was saying, Paxian was saying incremental games? Yeah, they're everywhere. I did have somebody reach out to me to make an incremental game. I don't think he liked my design of it, though. There's a very specific type of incremental game that I want to make. And I haven't seen anybody make it yet. And it's because it would be challenging to make. It wouldn't just be like a click on dildo 1,000 times until you unlock better looking dildo. There was one coming out recently that looked pretty cool, though. But I don't remember if I don't remember the name of it. It might have been this one. This one actually looks pretty cool, I will say. Hearth and Hamlet. Start with a campfire, build a kingdom. Hearth and Hamlet is a medieval city builder clicker that blends resource management, in-depth upgrade trees, and relaxing idle gameplay. Build your empire by researching new technologies, passing new laws, trading with far-off lands, and more. This is actually probably the most similar incremental game that I've seen that would be like something I would want to make. Where you actually have all these different like citizens and their lives, and it's not just kind of bland, but it combines active and idle gameplay. So you can have it up on the second screen and then update some stuff. So shout out to this game. I'll give it a try when it comes out. In 1 day and 3 hours. We'll see how it does, and I hope it does well because it looks pretty cool. Yeah, it looks cool. I can give you guys the link if you want, if you're into incremental games. There you go. You have some Slate factoring that you can use to make Slate UI without saying at compile time that type it will create, and then use dynamic polymorphism. I definitely don't understand that. I've heard that word before, and I've heard like mutable, and I really want to understand some of these like generic terms for creating objects, because I feel like if I understand whatever mutable objects means, I'll become so much more capable. Looks AI slop coded. This game? Do we see a disclaimer? There's no AI disclaimer. That doesn't mean that they didn't use it, but I feel like it would be pretty hard to AI slop a game like this. There's too many systems working together, and AI would just crumble trying to make a game like this. Mutable means you can change it, but do I understand mutable correctly, that something like an instance structure is kind of mutable, where it's kind of like a container, and then you define what to do with that container? Or am I completely misunderstanding? Means you can change it. I don't think that would be, because that would be, it's not a container. It means that it can actually completely change. I don't know. I really gotta learn what that means. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it does come from immutable. I guess I never think about the word mutable because I almost always only use the word immutable. Good point. I really don't like that that's like a separate BPI. It'll be fine for right now, though. It's a little bit stupid. And I suppose then when we are initializing, when we're running our update current interface and checking that map somewhere. Do we ever validate that map? We are doing a... Okay, yeah, we are doing the object interface. Okay, I'll just do... I'll do both checks here then. Is what it is. Okay, instead of get program, we do want the invocations. We'll build from that. We will also build get persistent object name. I don't need to verify the BPIs here because we know that they already implement them, and we'll print an error. They don't. And so we kind of have like connected devices, and then we do our lights, right? I think then we can do connected subsystems, and we'll do like name to invocations. Although I'd like if that was like split up in a way that was friendly to the console, where we have those delineators. Yes, he's this run. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. AI generated description. Checking such a small piece of text like that is not guaranteed. Those AI like text checkers are not very reliant. I've put in my own handwritten text into those before, and it says that they're like mostly AI written. They're not the most stable. Maybe it's just because I write in a way that is similar to AI. I don't know. Give me a second. I mean, an AI generated Steam description is a lot. I do feel like it is a bit different than they generated the game or assets with AI at least. The structure that was instance, you have the definition, you create a structure usually on heap. What instance structure is in a real context is just structure that was dynamically instanced. Okay, yeah, so it is quite different than something that's mutable. I saw some people say, wait, who was it that was saying that Steam should get rid of the AI descriptor for games? I feel like it was somebody pretty prominent in game dev said that. And it was like the stupidest, most idiotic take. Who was saying that? Oh, it was Tim Sweeney, dude. It was Mr. Epic himself, Mr. Games. Completely disagree. I do like that you can, yeah, specify it. You're right. That is a good thing that you can specify it. At least from my opinion, I'm not even gonna allow the subject to be broached by just not using any AI. I don't want to have any of the controversy. I don't want to have to explain what AI we do and don't use. I'm just not going to use it. And I will force in our contracts that if we sign with anybody who joins us, that AI is not allowed. But I feel like the people we would hire would not be people who would even have the temptation to use it. You know, we would filter those people out at an early stage anyway. I think we'll build this like we'll build this line by line. But like here's the thing is that I don't want it to look like this. Worst case, it can look like this, but I'd rather it look like this, you know? Or something resembling that. So when we build line by line, I need to actually know the length of the longest name. And then I'd probably have to loop through again and just add in white space. And this is easy to do. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do it. I should be able to do it in 2 loops. I want to do all the queries though in the first loop. We'll do the queries. I'll do a map. I will do a map. I will do a map where I do string to string. And then we keep a running tally of the longest length entry. And then we'll loop through that map and add in white space. And combining them at the same time and building that final connected subsystem string. That's the plan. That is the plan. The deluded billionaire. I mean, I don't really understand. Like, Tim Sweeney's not dumb. And he certainly has a pretty extensive, way better portfolio than I do. I don't understand the attachment to this whole metaverse idea. Like, it's clear that Fortnite has become something that I never would have expected from the industry. And it makes money. Let's be honest with that. But the whole nature of the metaverse is something that just does not interest me from a personal standpoint, so maybe I was never designed to understand it. I don't know how to put it. To build it, do we want it to do like invocation, comma invocation? I think so, but we'll do invocations in quotes. Granted, our connected devices are not in quotes. I won't do quotes for now, but of course we can do that in the future, and that's easy. So we'll just do a loop through the invocations. Let's do a is not empty. I mean, I have to grab the length anyway, so why don't I just do length? Current, persistent, objects. I prefer longer variable names to shorter, as long as they're accurate. We'll do that. We'll just check if that is greater than 0. Did Meta lose billions trying the whole metaverse shit? I think it has, and Zuckerberg eventually admitted that it was it was stupid. I don't know. Like, at least Fortnite is a game, right? And I understand that they're trying to like marry all these brands into the game, and you could argue that yeah, it is kind of at a point they have developed Second Life 2, Third Life, whatever. Sure. I don't like the term metaverse because I don't think that it's not a very accurate term, and it means different things to different companies. And to gamers too. Like, gamers had this idea that they would be able to, I think this was actually partly the part of the crypto scam and NFT scam, was that like you could earn a sword in one game, and because you own that sword, it's just gonna transfer to another game. I don't know how you argue with an understanding like that. Like, where do I even begin? Yeah, this will be where our second loop is. At least, like, the metaverse itself isn't a scam. It's just something that was marketed as new when it's been done for the longest time. I mean, when did Second Life first come out? It was like 2004 or something? 2003. Okay, and then PlayStation Home came out in 2008. It's been done before. By the way, rip PlayStation Home. This was an experience. You had to be there to understand it, okay? You might look at an image and say, isn't it weird to be in a game where you're being advertised Uncharted 3? No. It was cool as shit. I actually really liked PlayStation Home. It was really fun. And it was unique. It was a really, really smart marketing and branding experience from Sony. Back when Sony actually knew what the fuck they were doing. Okay, length. Current invocation index. It really was ahead of its time. I mean, I was a kid when it was out, right? I didn't really, I don't know, consider how incredible it was, but the deeper I get into game dev, I wasn't a game dev at that time. It was really, really brilliant. Like, it was just it was a cool experience, but also every single individual game company that was like first party, and Sony had incredible first party companies at that time, and IPs, was able to make their own experience in it. Like you could go to, do you remember the game Mag? I remember for sure PlayStation Home Mag. Actually, somebody has like a PlayStation Home, playing PlayStation Home in 2026.
Welcome to playing PlayStation.
Yeah, hold on, let me nuke it. They had like mini games. They had a whole bunch of, customizations for your avatar, which is of course just an easy way to make money, right? Because some of these were free, some of them not. You could like play poker in your own home location. You had little mini games that you could put in there and play with your friends or random people. So it wasn't just walk around with like, outfits and such, but there were actually activities to do there. I would say the closest, most recent example of something like this, you could watch trailers for games. I think if people, looked at this now or played it now, they would realize how much of an obvious marketing tactic it was, but it didn't matter at that time because people had fun. There were little collectibles to find. They gamified it really well. Devolver did this with their Devolverland Expo back in 2020. This is the most recent example of something like this that I remember, where it's just obvious self-promotion of all their games, but they made a game around it. And you could explore those 3D locations in this Devolverland Expo. And look at this, dude, 3.6 thousand reviews, 88% positive. It is just, it's like the stupidest, simplest win if you know that you have a good portfolio. And I think Sony was at that peak moment where it worked here, because they had so many great games and exclusives. Fucking Hatsune Miku. Jesus Christ. Still relevant. You could decorate and the decorating was fun. You could play as characters like Cole McGrath here. could play chess. I mean, this was a metaverse. This was the very definition of a metaverse. And I think Sony was really stupid for letting this die. Because I think that nowadays this would actually be quite popular again. You had whole hubs. Like some of the hubs were just like generic themed, but I do remember there were hubs that were specific like game themed. Dude, they had bowling. Oh yeah, Killzone Plaza. Here it is. A whole Killzone themed area where you could play little mini games that were Killzone themed, or get and win cosmetics from playing those mini games. Talk to other people, see trailers and gameplay footage of Killzone. Shop for cosmetics, of course. Some free, some paid. You know, microtransactions. I feel like it was shameless but not predatory. Would be a good example to put it. Yes, they had microtransactions for cosmetics, but there were also games that you could play to earn free ones. And you didn't have to buy them. It wasn't as much in your face as it is nowadays. We'll shoot 'em up. Oh, this was from like Doodle, whatever it was. I feel like this is from that. They had a full working pool. You could play this with other people. Or probably even buy a pool table and put it in your apartment or, you know, your own home. They had the theater, so you could go in and sit down at the theater and watch trailers for PlayStation games with other people. Usually. Or some other little silly stuff, I think. Maybe movies too, because it was Sony. I think they had movie stuff as well. It feels like The Sims. Puzzle stuff. Oh, Guitar Hero. I don't know if this has sound. A little bit. But I mean, imagine, like, I think this would be a pretty cool place, even nowadays, where you just like sit down with some randoms and just chat. You used to talk to girls. Yeah, this was so good. Wonder what internal ecosystem of in-game ownership GTA 6 will provide. I'm curious about that too, Simon. This was before cost for PSN. Yes, it was.
Triangle X.
Dude, they even had like a little mini game too. Oh yeah, the infamous place.
An
This
Easter
is
egg,
pretty
maybe?
cool.
Look at this infamous vending machine just casually sitting there. Oh, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Wise words. Let's see what happens.
This is so cool. Oh yeah, they have a phone number here. Nothing. Some of this stuff could have been offline because like PlayStation Home is not officially online anymore, but you can like, you know, some people have made like custom servers that you have to connect into, so it's there's some stuff that's broken nowadays if you try to explore it.
Points for an enemy. Okay.
This is one of the mini games in the infamous section.
So R2 will do a shockwave. Oh, I didn't get to use it.
It's fucking cool. I remember too, I think when E3 came out, when E3 was out, they would make a digital version of their E3 booth where you of course, you know, you can play the games, but you could watch like the gameplay and trailers. And of course, this is, you know, a persistent online hub, so you just would have a lot of people walking around, checking them out. You know, you could talk about the games in the little sections, earn cosmetics. This was ahead of its time. I don't know who was
Very
saying
cool.
that, but I agree with that completely.
I imagine it would have been very crowded here.
I remember it being quite crowded.
They had racing setups for...
Oh, this is all the Uncharted ones?
Okay, here we are.
These are pretty cool.
Here's another.
Glittering Sands?
Yep,
Which game is
so
that
it's
for?
just
Glittering
as you
Sands.
expect. It's a beach at night. I'll just go here for a sec. I mean, I'd imagine back in the day there were probably people in lots of parts of the game.
Damn, dude, this really was. They need to bring back PlayStation Home. But I don't feel like they could do it anymore because they don't have as many exclusives or first party companies doing shit. They had so many during the PS3 and PS4 era. I think it was ahead of its time. I was watching more of a documentary. Oh, I don't think it was this ahead of this time. I was watching more of a Looking back at it now, I think they really had something golden here. Maybe I was just too young to appreciate it, right? Or maybe it was just... When we say it was ahead of its time, we mean not only that it was something incredible for the time, but also that it wasn't as appreciated just because of how new these online ecosystems were. Are there any, like... Look, there's 17 years ago, there's one. The final 60 seconds. Is there anything from like 12 or 13 years ago that isn't a trailer, but is somebody actually just walking around in it? This one's 15 years ago.
I'm here to teach you guys a little bit about PlayStation Home. I'm going to be covering 3 spaces. Your classic PlayStation Home apartment,
Look at the cat.
the Central Plaza, and the movie theater. Now, before I
Dude,
get started,
I
all of
already
these
love this dude. This dude's great.
items that you're seeing here will not be included in your standard PlayStation Home apartment. If you do have a game with trophies on it, you might want to check PlayStation Home. And I found
Okay,
this out
okay,
couple
we'll
of
jump through
shirts
it.
from the main characters of SOCOM 4.
Yeah, a lot of
And
times you would just like, you would buy a game and you'd already have rewards in PlayStation Home. So they really were like marrying this where they wanted you to play it. And I think Sony was really pushing that. Like, hey, SOCOM, Zipper Interactive, by the way, RIP Zipper Interactive. When you make your game, make sure that you have some PlayStation Home rewards and we'll help you get that set up.
some other stuff. This is from Dead Storm Pirates. You will receive 2 shirts, one for the male and female. You can replicate them as many times as you want.
So it's
I
almost
put
like the
out an
more
example.
you did in PlayStation Home and the more games you owned, you know, the more you'd be able to show off. It was, it
Cool
had that
thing about these
social
picture
aspect.
frames are,
The fuck
you
is
can
this?
multiply them as many times as you want, and you can
Why is
use
there a
any
Wii
picture
thing?
on your hard drive.
Oh, that's what you can use any picture on your hard drive. I'm like, there's no way that Nintendo is gonna allow that. And then there's a red ring of
You
death.
can multiply them as many times as you want, and you can use any picture on your hard drive.
It shows
to
how
fill-
man only needs huge TV couch and cool armor piece with few posters in his dream room. That's
picture
true.
frame, which is pretty cool. So I
Look at
have a lot of
Webkins.
stuff that's pretty cool.
Look at his little cat.
I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, so let's leave out of here. We're gonna go head to the Central Plaza.
Hopefully we see some people. 'Cause it's different when there's actually other people
Central
there.
Plaza is, I believe, that's the yeah, it is gonna be the second place you.
Oh yeah, look at all the
end up.
people.
Right after they.
Dude, there's lots of
When
people.
you
Look at
first
this.
start PlayStation Home, you're gonna be in an apartment, and you are.
And
gonna
it
be-
loads in because you know this was the PS3, so of course you know it's gotta have time to load in the other people. So it just showed like the little default transparent
given a
silhouette.
couch, a chair, a lamp, and some other things. They're all gonna be the color white, so it's pretty boring. So it's up to you to go actually out into the world of PlayStation Home and play mini games and get stuff. Now we're not gonna actually go into this area. This is for another video. Um, this is like the arcade area. You can play old school arcade games, bowling, and pool in this area with friends or random people. This is the movie theater. I'm gonna go inside there in a little bit. Uh, it's basically like New York as far as the advertisements on the top of the building
This is fucking
or
sweet.
whatever. This area plaza is your apartment, the outside of your apartment. You're gonna be teleported to it, and you can get free items there, depending on the score of the games you.
Okay, you know, forget that this is attached to like Sony or PlayStation, and rewire your brain while you're watching this to imagine that you're watching somebody pitch a new game. And tell me if you guys also feel kind of impressed and excited. Like, yeah, it doesn't look as good, but you know, ignore that.
But you can play this.
Like, hey, coming in 2026.
Let's go into the movie theater. Like any other movie theater, this is basically the.
I also went to that Paxian.
We're gonna go through where I first saw it. The United States PlayStation Home movie theater was pretty boring. It was only one movie theater you were transported to.
Yeah, dude, look at this. Look, wait, look at the Now Playing. I wonder if that's like if the PlayStation Network Now Playing is like showing like some indie games or stuff that was only being sold on PSN, and you can see it's like playing SOCOM 4.
There's only one movie theater you were transported to. We all had to watch the UK, which is pretty cool. So like any movie theater you know of in the United States, yeah, the Don Trader.
Yeah, they have all the Sony movies.
So it's nothing really
so
on
shameless.
The second floor of the movie theater, except for advertising.
EA will only screen loot box openings. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's pretty much it. As far as the first floor, the west and the east side of the movie theater is going to have 5 movie rooms each. You can enter one of them and watch some of the movies or trailers.
Yeah, I want him to go in one. Does he go in one?
Sometimes I will be talking about movies in this thing.
I remember this
So
movie.
you're probably going to see trailers for movies that are the C Pulse, downloaded on your hard drive. All of us can be here and we can watch the featured video, which is
Ratchet and Clank.
Like, Ratchet and Clank All for One. There we go. And we all watching that. I can't really hear a lot of audio because I'm talking over top of it. This is basically, oh, look who the fuck we found. Isn't that dude from the fucking Assassin's Creed? Oh, wow. Did you hear me? It seems like he heard me because he said he's not that dude.
Peak Online. I hope this guy has like changed nothing about his personality or the way that he talks. This is gold in this video.
Okay.
This is what the internet used to be like.
Like I said, a lot of different video game developers will put rewards into their games. So please, if you get trophies in
You had to
video
type
games,
using the on-screen
go check
keyboard.
PlayStation Home because you might have a reward there.
This is so good though. This is so cool. I mean, I remembered stuff about PlayStation Home, of course, but I didn't remember that it just felt this awesome. Yeah, the X Dragon XX chick. Just all these old school names. This was a PS3 too. This was on the PS3. I feel like, you know, modern developers try to make something like this and they couldn't even get this to run in a 5070. Star Citizen struggles with 4 people in the same instance. Meanwhile, PlayStation Home on the PS3 with, what did it have, 128 megabytes of shared RAM? Or 256 or something like that? You're right, Roblox does do it better. You're right. I mean, Roblox is kind of the evolution of this. But I feel like there was something special with the... It sounds weird to say it. It was something special with the branding. Because I think that you didn't run into copyright issues and you didn't run into... You had better standard of quality. What a time to be alive. I only remember that I bought the PlayStation Home Meg Home. I doubt there's any like video of this. I think there was like a Warhawk one too. Warhawk Command Center.
I'm Dylan Job, studio director at Incognito in Utah, and we're talking about the new Warhawk Command Center, going to be releasing this week in home. So, I'll give you a quick run through. This is the new space that we're releasing.
You know, I will
week.
say too, I kind of feel like the stylization of PlayStation Home is just more preferable to me than Roblox. And it's not that Roblox is bad or anything, or doesn't have certain awesome, you know, games and stuff, but this was like semi-realistic in a way that didn't feel childish, but also wasn't so realistic that it felt uncanny.
This is the new command center. It's a special place for Warhawk players to gather, form up groups.
Yeah, it was like, so like the game would come out and then just release some PlayStation Home content too. And so it was like, even if you weren't playing the game, you could find people that were also fans of the game to then maybe become friends with and play with.
Strategize.
It was a cool experience.
Run into the space. It's kind of got a kind of military hangar vibe. There's monitors.
Shout
on
out to
the
Warhawk.
sides that'll be showing videos and other information. You can go up to these learning.
You could learn how to
terminals
play
and get
outside
other information for,
in a different game.
learning how to play the
Crazy.
game or tips or strategies. Those can be updated dynamically. And I'll run over here where all these other players are hanging out. This is one of the real gems of
Sand
the
table.
Warhawk Command Center, and it's the sand table. For us, it was really important for us to deliver something within home that was going to add solid, tangible value to players, specifically our Warhawk fans. And so what you see here is the concept that I'm referring to as tactical furniture. It's a piece of furniture, almost like a mini game that you can interact with. It's got all the maps from all of the levels and all of the core game and the boosters. It has markers for where all of the bases are. And you also have access to a variety of additional strategic things that you can place down on the map. So,
It's so
for
silly,
example,
but
I
it's
may have
cool.
some friends connected to this table, and they can see all of the stuff that's happening. They can see my marker
Like
move around.
I feel like it's such a sign of the times where you would enter a separate game to talk about a different game, but in this separate game you can strategize. It is the metaverse. And like people had time to do this. Like, oh, I only have 2 hours. I gotta only play Warhawk because I'm a, you know, down on my luck dad who just barely has any time per week to play. No, you would go into a different game to strategize how to play your main game. Sit here with your friends and build tactics for what you were gonna do and how you were gonna play the next time you played that game.
It gets,
That's a
synchronized to
crazy
them.
concept.
And we can strategize right here. So I can say, oh, well, we've got enemy tanks here. I'll, be careful of that. And oh, we'll put something over here. They've got an APC from one of our booster packs, and they're always going to be coming across this bridge. And let's see what else.
This
We
is so
want,
crazy.
Troop
What
support.
the fuck?
Let's say we want it over here on the bridge. And maybe you don't even have Warhawk. You just want to get a sense of what's there.
Yeah, let me see the other. Let's flip through the other two.
A little bit further down the chain in the Warhawk home space is game launching. And this is something that we were a pretty early adopter on with Warhawk. If you open
I
up your
forgot you could do this. I totally forgot you could do this. You could launch your Warhawk game with other people from PlayStation Home. Yeah, see, Roblox cannot do something like this. This was that step up. This was
game
because
launching
Sony
item. You can
invested
see
money
here,
into this.
all of the server options are replicated right within home. So you can set up custom games, you can pick a different server rotation, you can set up your respawn delays, your intermission time,
That's
whether all
fucking
talk is
awesome.
enabled, what your friendly fire percentage is. And the neat thing about the way this is configured is that there's actually a pretty extensible and open set of data that other titles can use to do this menu. This isn't something custom to Warhawk. Really, any title can do this. And that's just a way for a variety of games to be able to say, okay, well, here are the options that we've got for our game. We want to support game launching. So we can configure these menus. This is a slider bar, this is a drag down, and then that data gets stored off, and then when a game is externally kicked, it has all that data to launch from. Launch a game. And again, this is a feature that you get through Home that you're not going to get.
Warhawk was a really good game, by the way.
If you have a bunch of people that you're wanting to set up, like
it was such a simple PvP multiplayer game, but it was
on the other, you can pick which
really
side
good.
of the army you're going to be on.
If anybody ever played Warhawk,
So now,
you know.
what it's going to do at this point is Home gracefully shuts down. It takes all of the server options that I've configured.
I mean, it was like a lobby with extra steps. Like, of course, you could just launch Warhawk and play it, but this was launching Warhawk from PlayStation Home in the Warhawk hub. So you could specifically like meet other people here or meet up with friends or anyone and specifically launch a game from there. And that is fucking cool. Like, imagine like some Valve owned Steam hub where it's this, like Steam Home, where you can enter hubs made by developers from games and then launch the games from those hubs. Did I just think of a really good idea, actually? Is that $1 million idea?
Alt Warhawk. Warhawk is going to boot up, create a game, connect to the internet, grab all the players, drop them into the game. And in this case, I can't remember if I said a public or private game, but it would either present it on the list or not. And that's it. We're playing right there. And then when you're done with that match, you can quit, and it takes you out of war just at times out, or we quit. Then we all end up back in Home.
That's so crazy.
So I'll go ahead and quit the game.
Yeah, and he said when he quits, it goes back to Home, right? Back to PlayStation Home.
Now that button says back to PlayStation Home. So it'll shut down that online session, talk strategy.
That's cool. I don't think it would be a copyright minefield because it's like, okay, in this theoretical idea, Valve creates the infrastructure and they host it, and right, because of the Steam API, they know which games implement their API and have the ability to launch from the Steam ecosystem. So then they can reach out to individual or allow individual developers to implement this content, which they would curate, of course, to ensure that there isn't anything that violates their terms or is too mature, whatever. And then you would have like this hub, like what's a popular multiplayer game right now? Helldivers. Imagine a Helldivers hub. So you launch the Steam Home. You go into here, you're watching a trailer for the upcoming war bonds, and you're meeting other people, you're earning cosmetics, playing little mini games, like maybe a little shooting gallery with bugs and stuff, and earning cosmetics. And then you meet up with a friend or somebody cool there, and you're talking, and you're like, hey, you want to play a match together? Sure. And so through their API, you can launch, it exits out of Steam Home and puts you into a lobby with Helldivers 2 together, and you can play together. And then when you exit, you get an option to go back to Steam Home or to quit the game permanently. I feel like that is possible, and that would be really cool. Because for me, is where do we even process the amount of extra steps in modern reality where everything is just talks to you, fights for your attention? I don't know. But I feel like it is possible. And I feel like that some people would like that. I don't think the idea that I'm pitching is something that only I would want or would be very niche.
You know,
I think people like these online ecosystems. They just want online ecosystems that are enjoyable and purposeful. And I think that if Arrowhead Studios, you know, Helldivers developer, were to pitch the idea of their own hub separate from Steam or whatever, it wouldn't be as popular as Steam having this interconnected hub of games where you would have this metaverse. I hate that I'm advocating for a metaverse. Depends on Steam's backend. You can create lobbies and stuff, but you can't put any game to create the lobby for. Game ID to create the lobby for. Well, it wouldn't be for any game, because not every game is multiplayer. Not every game is. Well, this is two separate things. The Steam Home idea is you could have a single player hub, right, for like Witcher or something, and you'd be able to play mini games, buy a Witcher themed home, some cosmetics, some furniture, whatever. And maybe you could launch Witcher 3 not, but it doesn't matter. But there would be some multiplayer games where you could launch the game with other people. Because he was explaining here with Warhawk that this is something that they have, but not every game has in Home. Everybody goes to troll the marathon players. Moderation being well, sure. But I think that some of that too is emergent social gameplay that is acceptable. You can't have an ecosystem like this and not have the ability to type in chat or to do emotes or to do social events. Sure, it would be a nightmare, but is it possible? Yes, I believe it. I believe something like this is possible and would be possible for Steam and their ecosystem.
The underlying system that was used to build the sand table is really no different than what's used to do the bowling mini games.
Okay, he's just yapping.
But it's, you know, we wanted to make sure that we did something that really.
He's just yapping. This was something special. This really was. Diamond Beach Mansion.
Welcome back, Mansionistas. The good life isn't just limited to the main house. Follow me around the bend to the Diamond Beach Mansion Infinity Pool, a private cove that's everything you ever want in a beach paradise. Go for a dip in your elegant pool, complete with its ocean vista and majestic waterfall. Dry off with a flick in the outdoor theater, or lay out in your personal cabana.
It's just like VR. It was like old school VR chat. But it's something. Yeah, I'm Predator. You're right, Predator.
The gifting machine.
They've always been there, though.
Mellow out that mid. Unlock a secret part of the mansion. Attention! I need
the Diddy Cove. Oh my god.
Sun at the sundial. You don't have to turn down the heat at your pool party. Myself, I like to host my soirees under the stars.
This would be an infinite content machine, though, if it existed nowadays. Like, nobody was doing YouTube stuff back then. This would be infinite content machine. You guys robbed us from a world of fun. Damn, it was 8 years ago when they shut it down. That's crazy. I mean, I think this would be pretty cool with voice chat, but I don't think it was uncool with without it. It was still cool. The final 30 minutes. I mean, it looks like you can still connect to it, right? Like, people are still doing it. People are still playing it.
Pick up the shotgun. Pick up the hurry up, pick up the shotgun. Whoa! Bow! Yeah.
Okay, I'm pressing that button. They had Diagon Alley? That's in like Hogwarts stuff? I did not know this. Well, I'm going to reach out to Gabe Newell and I'm going to pitch the idea of Steam Home. Oh, this is from Final Fantasy. I saw the logo somewhere. I don't know which hub this is for. Dude, wait, is this Resident Evil 5? Wait a sec. This is there was a Resident Evil. Let me go sit in fucking in the slums of Africa. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to think about it, but that is funny. Hey dude, you wanna go hang out after a hard day of work in the slums of Africa? Oh my god. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it was a game coming out at then. But if you think about it, it's a little bit silly. Doctor Who, some golf stuff, the Guitar Hero place. There's an Armamont that looked like that. What if I made an actual like pitch deck and a YouTube video where I like professionally pitched the idea of PlayStation Home? Do you think I'd get more than 100 views? You think like anybody would give a shit? Because I know it's 100% possible with the Steam API. I mean, all you're doing when you're launching a game, if you didn't know, when you launch a game through Steam, it's just a little address that looks like Steam / I think it's like run game or something, and then the ID of the game. That's it. Like, if you type in the right address into your Internet Explorer or Chrome or whatever, you can launch games through it, because that's all that it's doing. You know, big picture mode, is Steam OS, everything is just running through the API of Steam, and I feel like it is not impossible to... It is not impossible to have a separate game instance or something else sitting on top of Steam that is just invoking the API commands of Steam to launch you with friends. But I don't think, if you didn't have the 3D virtual world part of it, I don't think it would be the same. There would be a cost to make and maintain it, that is true. But can Steam not afford that? If you pitch it without using the word metaverse, I think it would succeed. If you use the word metaverse, I think that it's going to put a sour note in people's mouth. And you know what you do with developers? You say, developers, here's all the tools and regulations and ways to make your hub in Steam Home. And if you do this and it passes our certification, we will give you 5% more of the revenue. Do you know how fast it would grow? Every single big publisher and even many developers would find a way to do it. Oh yeah, actually cosmetics, you bring up a good point where if you then sold virtual goods there, you get a cut of the stuff that sells. Just like the store at the market. I mean, you use the money from the virtual goods to keep it running. But like Valve would make it, and then they would process, curate, and accept the hubs that developers make. So, you know, if I were making Redlock, I would make a Redlock hub. A small section where you could watch gameplay, maybe some official live stream. Of course, it would have to not have any like profane content or whatever. And then we would make some objects using their API so that you could get a Redlock t-shirt and stuff. So like, I really think this could work. I think this is every single problem with it has already been solved before. It would totally be doable. And like Valve has the money to get it started. They have the ecosystem. They don't need to worry about brand. Like they are the biggest ecosystem, the biggest market, and if they said, "Hey developers, if you implement a $1 t-shirt in your virtual world, then we will give you a cut of that." So the better you make your hub, the better you make your cosmetics, the more money you can make out of our ecosystem. Like everybody benefits from it. Shit, because it's connected to Steam, you could buy games directly through Steam Home. Imagine how crazy awesome it would be during Steam sales. Like everybody would be doing it. You could see like trailers, you could talk to people. I would love to open it up during like a Steam summer sale. I mean, I'm imagining it in my world of rainbows and imagination. Loading up Steam Home during a summer sale, going up, watching the trailers with people in the Steam theater, and seeing that it's 50% off, and, you know, I can press a button and I can buy the game. I know this is like maybe some dystopian future where you're just being like, it's constant advertisements, but I am opting into it. And I feel like it could work. And like, you watch the trailer for, I don't know, Witcher 4 in the theater, right? Bam, Witcher 4 t-shirt added to your inventory. Amount of racial slurs. It would be moderation. It would need moderation, I agree. But it's not like this was not the case back then too, right? I feel like it could work. You'd have to make like one game hub. You'd have to make an example. And I feel like it wouldn't be too difficult to like take, let's say, Portal or Half-Life and use that as the pitch example with some other friends. Like just make a local game, right? Because it's not meant to work on a massive scale, and you don't even have to have all the buttons or transactions working. But if you wanted to pitch it, you'd have to make one or two hubs. You'd have to make like an apartment and some furniture and show off everything working in tandem. And you could even do that in Roblox. Honestly, you could make it in Roblox as the pitch. Port hub. Oh god. I totally forgot what I was doing. Hold on. Where was I? I got so distracted from this. But I'm actually excited for it. I don't know how to put it, but I am excited for it. what game dev is about. I mean, I feel like if I had the resources to, and was given the opportunity, because I think that it's a really big tool for, it's another discovery tool, right? And I think that's one of the best parts about PlayStation Home and what made it work for them from a financial standpoint is that it was a discovery tool. That if you could enter, let's pick a game that I don't own and might want to, Wuthering Waves, okay? If I could enter a Steam Home hub of Wuthering Waves and walk around and just see a trailer for what it was like, I feel like it's this approachable, natural way where I could just check it out and see the game world developed in this experience. I could watch a trailer for it, maybe meet some of the characters and talk to them, right? Because why not put a character in there that you could talk to or do a quest for? They had quests in PlayStation Home. They had like NPCs that you could talk to sometimes, and you could collect some things or some trivia. And of course, this was on the PS3 where they were limited by technical limitations. You don't really have that problem with this idea here, or it's the limitations are at a much different scale. What's up, Claremont? Elden Ring Home. And maybe like a little boss battle that you could play. I mean, you could even use it to market the demos for games. Like, okay, you just watched this. Do you want to download the demo for this game in the background? Boom. Like it works with Next Fest. The more that I think about it, the more ideas that I could have for connecting it with the ecosystem. I heard about how Android made these special micro version of applications like games. You can play them in an ad pop-up. Yes. But I think people are always wary of pressing on those because they don't know if they play it, if it's gonna like pop up some bullshit, right? But here, like, you get to just experience the world, experience some mini games, meet some people, watch some trailers, and you have that option. Like, do you want to download the demo for this game? This is a free-to-play game. Do you want to play this? You know, if you play it from the Steam Home, you'll get this free thing in game or whatever. The more that I think about it, the more that it works. The reason it didn't work for Meta is because it was fucking Facebook. But it does work with Roblox. I mean, it's proven that it works there, and I think that it works for Fortnite to an extent too. And Steam has the benefit of being able to give advantages to developers to implement it, because there is no incentive for a developer to make their hub spend money and time doing that if it doesn't lead to anything. But if I was given the chance, do you want to make the Redlock hub? And we will give you some money from the in-game, or from the hub sales, or we will, you know, lower the fee that we take for your game. I would do it. I would absolutely do it. The metaverse was just like pitched as it was just an experience, you know. It was like Second Life or Roblox, but I don't want it built around a business. I want it built around the things that I care about, which are like games. And I would unironically open up Steam Home and play it during Next Fest, or we could walk around and explore all of the trailers together on stream, because I think that's way cooler than just clicking on the interface during Next Fest. It's an intangible concept because of the way that I think that they pitched it. For each, we need to add it. Hold on, I'm doing things in the wrong order here. I'm sure we need to add it, and then we need to find it and modify the value for it. Let me find. Not, is it find? Yeah, it's find. This is a copy though, right? I don't think I can set by ref this. I can try it though. Well, I don't need to, because when I added it, I don't need to do this. I don't need to do it this way. We just need to find it. This grabs the value. And then we can run our append to that. And as long as the invocation index is not equal. So are we on the last index or not? I can fix that so it's a little bit better. I might do it. I'm actually so interested in this idea that I might make a video about it. This is how we fund Redlock, is I pitch this idea to Gabe, and he gives me money to make Redlock and also a yacht. He invites me to his yacht, and then opens up a briefcase with the money to make Redlock. That's how we get funding. And he speaks in like a angelic voice. Thanks me for the idea of Steam Home. And gives me money. It would be a pretty difficult... I think it would be a difficult video to make though, because you first have to explain what PlayStation Home is. And assuming that people see the vision from that, then you have to translate it to how you envision it working with Steam. And show that it would function correctly from a technical standpoint, right? Because if you can't manage it technically, then there's no point. So sadly, I would have to like say, hey, I'm a game developer and trust me. It would only, yeah, but there would be some features that wouldn't work for games that do like matchmaking outside of Steam's ecosystem. Okay, I think this should work. I think that should dynamically add on and build invocations because it is a map. So it doesn't add new, it replaces if found. And here we're going to get the longest name, and that's where we We should be building a map of just this to these. And now we need to marry the two. And that's where these specific parts of it come from. We need to take the longest length, subtract the current key length, and then add in white space. I don't know if I can like add white space or append a certain amount of white space. I can trim white space. What's the quickest way to make white space? The lazy solution is just doing a for loop for the number of white spaces that I have to add. That's really stupid though, I don't want to do it that way. Let me see everything that's available for string. Let me look it up. Like, let me look like a C++ add white space. Maybe there's some ideas here. Oh, this guy, he is just looping. Is that really the best idea? It's just to loop and add a space. I was thinking maybe there was like something more advanced. How do you put spaces between words in C++? Top answer. Use the space bar. It's generally the widest on keyboards and at the bottom. Fuck that guy. Use string builder? I was looking at Stack Overflow. Do you mean like I don't know if builds, yeah, but I don't know if I can, I'd still have to add something, like I can replace. Because these are just going to be appending. And converting, of course. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like looping, yeah, it's a little bit costly, but it's just an append. It's just a for loop appending a space. it's not the end of the world, and it's certainly not the end of the world right now. I need to add a certain amount of white space to the end of a string. And I don't know if there's any other way to do that than... I can't not... I don't know, I was hoping maybe there'd be a way to... I know, you're right, there is no other way to not loop. I was hoping that there would be, though. Whatever. I guess I just do it. Just bite the bullet, right? Okay, we test the current one. We get the length of the current one. And subtract longest object name. And then as long as this is greater than 0, if you test program with it, he would loop. If you use regex find to find places to insert space, will that function with the regex will loop too? Okay. I don't know. I was hoping there'd be something magical, but I guess my idea was fine. Just loop. It is what it is, right? If it's not, so in this case where it is as long, meaning that that is our longest one or is equal to our longest one, then we should just be able to append the key and the value, and then in the middle this. And we're going to add that. So let's do this. Let's do... current key. Current value. Append space. This should work. We do need to put this beforehand too. But we only want to add this space if we had valid devices, because otherwise all of this will be not there. Good thing is we have that boolean. Found at least one device. Local console entry. Append. if that's null, false, then add connected subsystems, separate to allow for future localized text, and set that to it's a little bit messy. I'll worry about organization later. Okay, so that should prepare up to here. And then we can just append those directly on to the local console entry. After we add in the white space. For loop times the loop is a length, we need index. We'll just do a subtract. And take current key, set and that's it. Add the space. That should do it. And we don't need to do anything at the end. We should be ready to print. And here, if we print all, we just need to do both of these. So it's a little awkward. I might move the all above devices and subsystems on the Switch because I think that'll be easier from a organization standpoint for that. Right now it's very spaghetti. I could always check here too if it's equal to all, and then do a for loop. That would be a little bit easier. Let's just test if it works right now. It's kind of an unnecessary change, but what are you gonna do? Okay, list I'm gonna type it like incorrectly a couple times just to see what we result in. Devices. Subsystems isn't working. It's not an error, it's just I typed something in incorrectly. That shouldn't raise a script error, I'll have to delete that. I'm just kind of like raising script errors any place that something is wrong, just so I know that I need to fix or add something in. I mean, it did append the connected... It did get as far as this. Was it not building the map correctly, maybe? Let me go to the bathroom and then I'll debug it. Alright, debug time. Debug. Play from here. Okay. Why did I put a space there? Oh no, it is putting a space. I'm dumb. I need to put an extra space there. It's not just one line break. It's actually two. Yeah, and then that there. Okay. That was one problem. That's better. I just realized we don't have a line break here either. And I do need to add that. And then we can just do a quick trim trailing at the end. I can always just do a select here too if it's the last index, but whatever. Whatever, either thing solves it. Okay. This is not empty. We do have... What the fuck did it do? That's not correct at all. I mean, it got the name. I don't know why it put the comma before. Did I really fuck it up that bad? Append... Oh, well, let's go up here. Let me see what the fuck happened. It did put it there, and it only put one there, so that's... Something was right. Power sub system. Okay, so we should be doing power sub first. Current invocation. Oh, yeah. B and C should be switched. Oops. Idiot. We only have one subsystem. I might add another subsystem just for the sake of testing multiple. Because right now we can't really test that very easily. Okay, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. And then down here, that should be looking exactly like this. But of course, this is always going. That line should be dynamically calculated based on the longest string that we have in the keys. Except that it didn't even get that far. Oh yeah, because this one is equal. We don't have to loop through that one, so this one should just go down here. That is right. Because of course, we then wouldn't ever be including the longest one. Okay. It should at least appear now. That is right. That is right, and it looks correct, and it looks good. That looks very, very, very good. It would be nice if we tabbed in from each of these, wouldn't it? Like little indentations. Add the future thing, future, quality of life. Let's get it working, then we can make it look good. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna add in like 5 spaces or something. No, no. Future. Later. Once we have all the commands working, then we can fix that shit. But I could do it. We will do it. We will do it. Just not right now. Let's add in one more subsystem. Just for testing, make it really long. Just so we can see it working. What is a subsystem we would actually want connected up to this? Do we have any? Player resources? Oh, I could do it for testing purposes. I mean, theoretically, it could actually just be any object. Let me just make a dummy object then. All we need to do is implement those two interfaces anyway. Persistent object program. Get object name, really long object name. Persistent. Invocations. Invocations shouldn't have spaces. Do word 1. Word 2. Word 3. Word 4. I only wonder if this object isn't actually ever loaded. Is it okay? No, it's not. Hold on. let me just let me change this to an actor. Just so we throw it in this scene. Fuck, I can't reparent it to an actor. Fuck off. Okay, give me a sec. I'll make a subsystem. Really long, persistent object name. Okay, now that'll be loaded. Go back here. And add in our wait, did I initialize? Oh no, it's dynamic. I have to call it. Down. I gotta call this. There we go. And I'm running that on world begin play. Okay, so just world begin play. We'll just throw in a quick delay. And we'll add in another tag for this. Persistent objects. Test object. Perfect. That should initialize it. That's perfect. Yeah. That does it. I do think we could add a dummy one because, you know, the connected devices is easy because the name of the device is the invocation for the device. The subsystem, though, the name is not the invocation. So we could add like a subsystem name, subsystem invocation. So it would look like, and then we can set that to like the longest character too. A little bit more complex. I don't know if that would look good or if it would be better to like center it. I can roughly mimic that, not perfectly. I think that would look better. What about controller players? I'm going to be making a virtual keyboard for controllers. The demo that we make will be fully 100% playable native support for gamepad with the right glyphs for PlayStation controller or Xbox controller or generic gamepad. Fully playable, 100%. I mean, it'll certainly be more annoying to type it on gamepad, but you know, we do plan to have some like autocomplete at some point in the future, but I think for the demo it'll just be you gotta type it in. Hey, take care, Puka. Do we think that looks good, or maybe there's like a... we put 2 spaces? Does it matter? I don't think right now it matters too much. Hold on. Command line interface table. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's a good example. Something that wouldn't be so overly complex or convoluted to make. Yeah, that's just doing table like that. That's fancy. Too fancy for us right now. This one's pretty fancy too. It does look nice though. There are ways we can improve it. I really like the headers though, and I think that right now if you were to play this, I don't necessarily know if without the headers it makes sense. This is the minimum, right? Is just putting in... I mean, I can always do like a dummy thing like that, right? Centering isn't too hard. Just math, you know, we just need to know how many spaces to put in and then just divide it by 2. But it's not always going to be perfect, so we'd have to handle one side or the other. We are using monospace font, yeah. Thankfully. I kind of prefer that without dashes on that line. And this line would be pretty easy to create. This one might be the simplest one to do. I kind of want to do it right now, but I also kind of just want to go home. That's the debate right now, is not whether or not I can or how I would do it, but whether or not I want to do it today. Because I'm like, it's not difficult, but I'd have to set up the little first line and then center these. And add in the second one, which is just a bunch of dashes. But I have to create the dashes because we need to create them based on the longest, based on the character length. It is a chore. Yeah, that's the best way to put it, is that it's easy, but just like I'm going to be sitting here for like 20 to 30 minutes doing it. Brussels doubles as general accessibility for disabled. The good is, like, we do have it. Obviously, the command line doesn't have it. But I want to make my own virtual keyboard for this. But the whole game does have it. At least right now. And we do have... I don't think you can see it in the bottom left very well, but I do have all the right glyphs. And they change based on input type. And this has native support for DualShock. Native support. So you shouldn't have to like run any other program. I'm very proud of that we have that. And same thing in like menus. You'll see here. They're ugly. They're very ugly menus, but functionality standpoint, it's all there. Oop, let me do that. Alright, I'll just do it. I'll just do it today. At least then, because I can go home and be like, I implemented this command fully. And then tomorrow we can just jump into the next set of commands that we need to do. This aggravates me though. There's a better way to do that. I'm doing it. I'm changing it right now. I'm doing it. We'll stream for another. I mean, I spent an hour looking at PlayStation Home today anyway, so whatever. This is my punishment. I'm not using this name already. First token's not in use. Look. Okay. Kind of weird. Not like it hashes strings. A local variable. Kind of weird. Yeah. That'll do it. Good enough. It's a little bit ugly, but it'll work. Okay. That's the annoyance gone. We need to add in 2 lines. We cannot add in this line until we know the lengths of these. In fact, we cannot do either line until we know the lengths of these. So we can keep everything we have, except we have to add in the, not just the longest object name, but we also need to do longest invocation string. So here when we're adding this, and here, each time we're done doing the invocations, we need to do longest invocation string and do a length on whichever our current invocation is. Unless I got one of the wrong variables. I think that is exactly what we want. Non-zero chance. I got the wrong thing though. And then before we build these, we need to build these two. We shouldn't have to touch this at all. That should give us what we need. Alright, first one first. Subsystem name, subsystem invocations. We could run this, though, yeah, we could run this first. We'll move that up. Now that I think about it. That creates our space. And we will do a for loop. And I'll just break this up into two sections. The first one will build this. We need to take the length minus the length of these two strings. We'll just have to divide it and then take any remainder and add it to one side. It's only going to be one space, either to the left or the right. Times to loop. This will be longest object name. Technically, if we wanted to do this properly, there would be like a minimum size for this, but I think that already, power subsystem is itself longer than subsystem invocations. Yes. So no matter what, we're okay. By one character. This should be fine. We're not gonna like localize the invocations, which is a little bit problematic for maybe different languages. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Watch me do all this work only to have to remove this feature because of localization issues. We'll loop even though it's going to be like an odd amount. What is it's modular returns the actually no wait there is a function. There is a pure function for whole and remainder. And I totally forget what it is. For integers. I know it exists. I know it exists. I've seen it before. I swear it exists. I'm questioning if it exists. Am I crazy? Oh. It's only for floats. Okay, well let me do a... That's fine. The index divided by 2. What's the math for this? To keep it nice and simple. Actually converting to float, I could just check if it's over 50%. I could just divide the current index by the number of times to loop minus 1. And then we either add it into the front or the back. I feel like that would work. Couldn't. Only evening. It's not that bad yet. Convert that to double. And we'll just check if that divided by, not subtract, that greater than 50%, And then do a select node. It's a little messy. I'll tell you exactly why it's, because I'd have to make this and then add it back at the right index. Maybe I just add in a couple of dummy indices. That way I can just add them to the map and replace them in line. Like if I were to just add maybe subsystem name and subsystem invocations as two dummy indices with no value, right? Because these are the keys. Or not subsystem, it's subsystem invocation, but subsystem name and then, you know, divider, right? If I were just to do these two, then I can just build, replace. But then as long as it's not empty, I just gotta add these two. Let's do... Wait. That way I'll know what to look for. Okay, and then for the first one, we're gonna use that as the intermediary. Technically, I could use a... Wouldn't that be way easier? I think I unironically could just use a flip-flop here. Like, why even bother with all the weird math? Fuck it. We take build header string and we either just add a... Yeah, shit, I can even just use a select node. I mean, if I do it that way, I might as well just use a boolean. It doesn't, I mean, it would result in the same thing. Alright, I'll just use a boolean. But then I'd have to manually set it. Alright, I'll do the flip-flop. I'll do the flip-flop. I don't use them enough. One flip-flop on the game is fine. It will look very silly though, the way that we do this. This feels so... This is ghetto. When Too Short raps about the ghetto, he's actually just rapping about my blueprints. That should alternate between adding a space to the front and back of the string. Specifically to subsystem name. Based on the number of spaces we need to add. What's up, Hitman? What am I building here? I'm building the weirdest method of alternating appending spaces to the front and back of a string until it reaches a certain point in order to build a monospaced header for a in-game command line interface. If you must know. It's really wacky. It's gonna look good. And then we're never gonna look at the code again. Although I don't want to append it yet. Well, no, I could set that because that is the... This is the key. can't replace in a map though, right? No, we should keep this out of the map. This should not be part of it. This is our map. This is building correctly. We just need to build these two. It should build that. We can do an easy appendation, appendixing of our line. I'll do the same thing on the other end. That's what we have our sequence for. I can't really reuse the build header string because right now the build header string looks like this, right? But I kind of want to just build this part separately and then append it onto that. But then I need to cache this, so it's a separate string. It's kind of annoying. Well, no, because I'm not putting this in the map, so I could just add this directly to the console entry. Like right on completed of this, we can just add it. We can just append it directly here. We should be able to do that. Set that as the local console entry. Beautiful. And pretty much the same thing for number 2, except we're using a different header string and a different object name. I might just then replace this with I can simplify it to reduce the nodes. We won't do the switch or the sequence. I think the switch is still needed because we need to build the second row. And I was going to do that right after. That's why we had the switch. But I can get rid of the sequence. But then at that point, I'm doing another double loop. Ah, whatever. Just make the fucking thing. Idiot. This isn't the time for optimization. Okay, this one is subsystem invocations. And longest invocation name. And at the end, we just want to append that. No spacer. Okay, that'll build that. Add this in. Build and add that. We'll add a line break here. This one should be a little bit easier. We're going to get longest object name and longest invocation name. Add -2, that'll be our indices. For loop. Technically, I was going to check if our length had already equaled... Let me start at 1, because I want to use the length of longest object name here, so I'll just subtract 1 then. Right? Why does that sound right but also sound wrong? I'm moving it. So no, it should be... I'm shifting it up 1, so it should be... I don't know. My brain's gone today. You know what? I'll do it in the way that I know it'll be fine. Start at the first index, -2, those are our actual number of indices, and then I will just check the length of the build header string each time. Not a big deal. Okay, get, set, append, once index equals longest object name -1. Do a select, if true, add, otherwise dash. Let's get it looking nice. That should work, and then at the end of that loop, take build header string, append, boom, 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 line break. Something is going to be off by like a space or two, but I think otherwise that should work. This is a chunky function, that's for sure. But it does a lot of string manipulation, so that is expected. We'll properly organize all that and get the right comments on there and everything. It's not that bad, actually. Just string manipulation. Chunky. That's one of those things, like, especially like select math, and I think string manipulation nodes probably look a little bit better in. And see. Oh, I have nothing. Where's my console? The fuck? What did I break? Well, now it's there. That was weird. It definitely did not. It definitely didn't say test interface there when I opened that the first time, did it? After this new code. That was empty. We gotta watch out for that. Yeah, it was empty. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That was 100% empty. Oh, I know my problem. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I was gonna replace those. I don't think I need to replace. I can remove those two dummy entries. I don't think I need to do that anymore. I don't know what it was that happened. We will definitely have to keep an eye out for that, though. It's perfect. I don't see a problem. How much would that guy's piss you off if I just left it like that? We need to add one more dash to the first one. To both of them. Leave the misaligned to trigger everyone? It really would. Dude, it triggers me. I wonder why it's doing that, though. It's only the dash. The top one looks good, so it's just the dash. It's doing one. Why? Longest object name. Well, I mean, what if it's an issue with one at the start and the beginning? Why didn't I just remove that minus? Because it means we need to be adding an additional one. It might have been because of like the spaces that I add or something. No. Because now we have... We still have one too few on the subsystem name divider, and then one too many on the subsystem invite. Like the total length is perfect. Total length is perfect. I gotta fix that. I think this was correct. This was giving me the right. It's like the math is off by 1 on each. But why is that? Because I'm doing 0, so it's gonna, that's it, because I'm starting at 0, but I'm checking if it's that -1. So it should, was it for sure off by 1 on each initially? Yeah. We have to add 1 more to each. So I do need to loop through 2 more times. So like that's correct. Sometimes like the simplest integer math is the most mind-numbingly annoying. Something isn't initializing. It's failing to put us in the right... Okay, wait, let me try... Okay, so it's not that. It's not failing to parse commands like this. It's not printing any entries. So it's not communicating with the MVVM. Can I CD? No. Okay. Let me see if I can watch it erroring out at any point. It is running the command. Subsystem gameplay CLI Redlock. First token. Full parsed input. Change directory. the data's all there. Oh. Well, that would mean we're already there. Yeah, new drive string C. No, that's fine. That's actually all good. Okay, so why is it not?
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
It should be changing, but it's not. It's like the. It's like the MVVM isn't initialized, but the MVVM is initialized. There's two. Why are there? Wait, why are there two? The fuck? Okay, that's the issue. It's two MVVMs are getting initialized. Why? When? How? They're pulling from the global instance. What the hell? I mean, that explains everything of why it's weird, is because there's two MVVMs. But we shouldn't be making two MVVMs, I can tell you that. I can prevent that. Oh. Yeah, I know exactly why. Alright, bug fixed. Back to testing the list all devices. Alright, we got it. That did it. That did it. That looks sexy. I am turned on by that. I'm actually chubbing up at this. Yeah, this is good. This is nice. Ooh. Ooh, baby. That didn't work. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me see. My solution to list everything didn't work. Why? Oh, because we're not using parse first token. That would be why. Hold on. Quick fix. Just forgot to plug something in. Hold the phone, Aronies. That's nice. That's good. Building an operating system so players can build the game with it. They won't build the game, but they can interact with... Okay, so imagine like in Redlock you go up to a computer, right? And you only have the command line available to you. You are able to maneuver between files and folders and view and run some objects from that, right? You also have a list of connected devices and subsystems to that. So a security terminal might have access to the security subsystem. But, you know, Jim Bob's computer isn't going to have access to some of those, like, high-level clearance subsystems, right? But we can read his files. We can look at his notes and stuff. That's what I'm doing. So, for instance, we have our lights here. I can turn one on, or power one, actually, because they're already turned on. And I can invoke light 03, power off. Or vice versa, I can power it on, right? But I can also maneuver between the files. So, right, we have like CD, I can go to C. I need to build the tree and directory commands, so right now it's a little bit, I have to know exactly what's there. I can get into folder 1, and then I have a folder called folder 1-1. I can also go all the way back to root, and I can go directly into that. And you can do the / or /. I handle both of them. Like that. It's just, I have to implement like all the core functionality, like the navigation and stuff before. Should the command be before the input? It is before the input. So what you're doing is you're invoking the device. This is a connected device. So when you use the list devices command, you can see that these are the connected devices. So you are invoking the object and then the program and then the command for the program. So light 03 is the connected object, power is the program, and off is the command for that program. Or toggle. And you can invoke devices and subsystems from anywhere within the navigation, but you can only, of course, within relevant folders and subfolders, look at the files that are in that. But we do have a list of all the valid files and folders that are in your current one. Oh no, we haven't built that yet, right? Wait. Or maybe we didn't need that. I think we still do though. There's probably an empty function here. Yeah, it's empty. We were supposed to do that, so we have to do that. That'll be really useful when you are... Oh, yeah, the reason why we don't have it yet is because that's for the directory and tree commands, primarily. So that we can see what is in our current directory. So that'll probably be tomorrow as we do directory and tree. But list is done. CLS is done as well. Exit, those were very basic and easy. You saw me doing CLS, and exit is just deactivating the widget. Help will be a longer one. Help is going to be quite a difficult one. We'll try to get that architecture for that one built pretty easily. You know what? Maybe that one isn't as bad as I'm thinking it is. We'll see though. Run will only work when you specify a program. I don't really have too many use cases for that right now, but I'd like to. And we'll just tie an object to that. We'll see what happens with that. I might get rid of that. Oh. Oh god, okay. Yeah, virus.e, it would be pretty funny to do that. And maybe it like turns on a like some disco ball or something. There'd be some pretty funny uses. I do like that. I mean, it's really low, like, cost. Yeah, I wrote a virus. Want to try? Let me try your virus. It's really low cost because I already made an object that can just be run whenever you load up an object. So, like through the command line interface, I just have to like make use cases for it. Turns error messages into Bob Ross quotes. We'll have a lot of subsystems that the player can interact with. So we'll have like the emergency broadcasting system, and you can overwrite that and like play music instead of hearing emergency broadcasts about solar flares that will toast you alive. So, that's always a top level use of it. You'll also be able to use the subsystem for having the speakers in the facility say things that you want it to say. And I imagine this like Microsoft SAM, you can just like have it say boobs throughout the entire ruined facility. I need to have that functionality, let's put it that way. That is a must to be able to have Redlock emergency systems say silly things. I would be making a virtual gamepad, or not a virtual keyboard or gamepad. I think that'll be pretty easy to do. It's not going to be as fast as typing with keyboard, but there isn't really anything in Redlock that requires you to be fast in this particular case. Rip speedrunners with gamepad. You can always do macros. We will have some very light autocomplete, but probably just for like available commands. We'll see. I need to make it function first, and then we can add the quality of life, If I get too hung up on the quality of life right now, it'll just take forever to finish this and test it out. Because it's possible that this whole feature is just kind of not fun or doesn't vibe well. The good news is this feature and the power subsystem could be cut, and I could still make a functioning, enjoyable game with it. But because I wanted the power subsystem, I do need some way to interact with it. So I have to make this. And it does open up possibilities for other things too. Though I do think that this will be a challenge to localize, to add quality of life to. We'll see. We will see. Let's not think about it for right now. But yeah, speedrunners are definitely going to have a problem. I hope that's not an issue. I don't think it would be.
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
I think it would be like a separate speedrunning category. I don't know. I don't want to think about it right now. I don't want to think about it. This is good. We have it working. I'm happy. I'll tab the ones we have working correctly. Speedrunners will skip every console. They probably will. You're probably right. I don't actually know, and I don't know if I could ever theorize or predict if using the console will make the game faster in some way or slower. We'll have to see. There's so many variables in this game that I just don't know. And you know, like we've talked before, you can bypass anything in the game. The game should be fully 100% completable without ever even stepping foot in most of the rooms. It may not be the fastest way to beat the game, but it should be fully possible. Yeah, it's an in-game command line interface, Rex. For listing connected devices, subsystems, and interacting with them.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it,
Wait, Trump, hold on. I have to.
I gotta look at this myself.
No, hold on. I have to power the light first. Hold on. Look, it's powered now. Hold on. Trump.
Wow.
See, I turned it on.
What a view.
Do you like that? So we mainly have like drive navigation, some very basic subsystem. I can't show the subsystem right now because I actually turned it off, or it's half-baked. We know that the parsing and the routing is working, so then once we get all the base commands, then we have to go through each program and subsystem and write the individual programs and commands for that too. So it's just kind of like a one-by-one thing, but we're halfway through the base commands. We can do directory and tree tomorrow. Help is going to be up like a whole day at least of work. Maybe. I'm expecting a lot of trouble with that. And then these are connecting into subsystems, like time. Well, time for sure. And like query commands, I want to be able to query devices as well. Like if you invoke Light03, you should be able to query and have it like print out info on that connected device. Is it on? Is it powered? How many kilowatts is being provided to it? Info like that, so that you can kind of like strategize and see where things are. I wouldn't mind too if you could like ping things. Like a ping command, so we could ping Light03 and like see some indicator of where it might be or how far it might be. I don't know if disconnecting or connecting devices, that might be a little bit overkill for this kind of game. For System Break, Cutsper's idea, and a game we will absolutely be working on in the future. Yeah, we'll have that. But that game is like all about hacking and devices, so you would be able to like manipulate robots, control them, shoot people, hack intel. That whole game is like run through a command line interface. So this is like training for that. But a ping command would be cool. This looks nice though. Yeah. I'm really happy with this. It was just like it was just a lot of using the data we already had to then build this thing. Oh. So much, literally every time we work on this is just so much more work than I ever thought it would be. Every time I see a command line interface anywhere, I'm going to appreciate it more. But it's starting to feel powerful. It's starting to feel like we can actually do things with every new command that we have. I think the feedback that we added today, like actually being able to see what you're doing, that's helped a lot. We'll just have to keep following this. All right. It's 5:09. I'm going home. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed. Peace. Much love. Tomorrow, tree directory, maybe help. We'll see. Depends how far we get. Have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, and I'll see you tomorrow on Wednesday. Bye bye, guys. Cheers. Love you so much. Yeah.